Hello, everyone. I am the storyteller, and I am here to help you today. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from and what time are you watching now? Get comfortable and relax. I want to be straight about what happened. The whispers in the static. I never should have bought that old radio. That's what I tell myself now. Sitting in this dimly lit motel room with the curtains drawn tight against the fading daylight. The radio sits on the nightstand, silent for once, its vintage dials and scratched wooden casing deceptively innocent looking. I've wrapped it in 3 hotel towels, stuffed it into the ice bucket, and covered the whole thing with pillows. It's probably overkill, but I can't risk hearing those voices again. Not until I figure out what's happening to me. It started 6 weeks ago at a garage sale in my new neighborhood. I just moved to Millfield after accepting a position at the local newspaper. My first real job in journalism after years of freelancing. The rental house I'd found was sparse and echoey, and I was eager to fill it with something other than the few cardboard boxes I'd brought with me. Mrs. Abernathy's garage sale was a gold mine of oddities. The ancient widow was moving to Florida to live with her daughter, and she seemed determined to leave nothing behind. Tables lined her driveway, piled high with the accumulated treasures and junk of a long life. "Take your time, dear," she said, settling into a lawn chair with a glass of lemonade. "Everything must go." I browsed through old paperbacks, chipped teacups, and framed photographs of people long dead when I spotted it. The radio. It was a 1940s Philco tabletop model, its wooden case scratched, but intact, the fabric covering the speaker faded, but not torn. Something about it called to me. Perhaps its solidity, its connection to a time when things were built to last. Does it work? I asked Mrs. Abernathy, already reaching for my wallet. A strange expression flickered across her face. Hesitation, perhaps, but it was gone so quickly I thought I'd imagined it. "It did the last time my husband used it," she said carefully. "That was some time ago." "How much?" $5. I should have wondered why such an antique was priced so cheaply. I should have asked why. Among all her late husband's possessions, this was one of the last items remaining. I should have noticed the way her gnarled hands trembled slightly as she took my money, but I didn't. I was too pleased with my find. That night, after arranging my meager possessions in the rental house, I placed the radio on my bedside table and plugged it in. The power indicator glowed a soft amber, surprising me. I'd half expected it not to work at all. I turned the dial slowly, listening to the static rise and fall as I moved through the frequencies. Most stations came through with surprising clarity given the radio's age. Local news, weather, a late-night talk show discussing conspiracy theories with a kind of earnest intensity that always made me smile. I continued turning the dial, reaching the upper limit of the FM band, where the static took over completely. I was about to turn it off when I heard it, a voice in the static, not coming through the static, but somehow formed by it, as though the white noise itself had learned to speak. "Help us." It whispered, barely audible. I froze, my hand hovering over the dial. Had I imagined it? I leaned closer, straining to hear. "We're still here," came the voice again, slightly stronger now. Trapped. A chill raced down my spine. This wasn't a broadcast. The voice had a strange quality to it. Fragmented, distant, yet somehow intimate. as though someone was whispering directly into my ear. "Hello," I said, feeling foolish immediately. It was just interference, some quirk of the old radio circuitry, or perhaps a weak signal from a distant station. The static shifted, ebbing and flowing like a tide, and within it I could have sworn I heard sobbing. Then, with perfect clarity, a child's voice said, "He knows you can hear us now." I yanked the plug from the wall. For several minutes, I sat in the dark, listening to my own rapid breathing, telling myself I'd fallen asleep, that I'd been drifting off and dreams had already begun to mix with reality. It was late, after all, and I was exhausted from the move. Eventually, I convinced myself it had been my imagination. I went to bed, leaving the radio unplugged, and fell into a dreamless sleep. The next morning, sunlight streamed through my uncurtained windows, and the events of the night before seemed ridiculous. Sleep deprivation and an overactive imagination, the perfect recipe for hearing voices in random noise. I laughed at myself as I made coffee and prepared for my first day at the Millfield Gazette. The newspaper office was housed in a red brick building downtown, sandwiched between a hardware store and a cafe. Inside, it was exactly what I'd expected: fluorescent lighting, desks crowded with computers and stacks of paper, and the constant hum of activity. My editor, Frank Burnett, was a barrel-chested man with a perpetual 5 o'clock shadow and eyes that missed nothing. "So you're Connolly," he said, giving my hand a firm shake. "Welcome to the smallest newspaper you'll ever work for." "Happy to be here," I replied, and I meant it. After years of scrambling for freelance gigs, the stability of a staff position, even at a small-town paper, was a relief. "Don't get too comfortable," Frank said, as if reading my mind. "Local papers are dying faster than print journalists can retrain for digital. We're hanging on by our fingernails here." He showed me to my desk, a battered metal affair with a computer that looked only slightly newer than the radio I'd bought, and handed me my first assignment, covering the town council meeting that evening. "Riveting stuff," he said with a wink, "but it pays the bills." The day passed quickly as I familiarized myself with the office, the town, and my colleagues. There weren't many, just Frank, 2 other reporters, a photographer named Vanessa, who also handled the layout, and Mrs. Pierce, the elderly office manager who'd apparently come with the building when it was purchased in the 1970s. Millfield itself seemed pleasant enough. A typical small town with a main street lined with local businesses, neighborhoods of modest homes, and surrounding farmland. Population 8,523, according to the sign I'd passed on my way in. Nothing remarkable, nothing out of the ordinary. The council meeting was exactly as exciting as Frank had implied. Zoning disputes, budget allocations for road repairs, and a heated debate about whether the town should invest in holiday decorations for Main Street. I took diligent notes, asked the standard questions, and headed home to write up my article before the morning deadline. It wasn't until I'd submitted the piece via email and was getting ready for bed that I remembered the radio. It sat on my bedside table, unplugged but somehow demanding attention. In the daylight, my experience had seemed like a dream or a hallucination. Now, in the quiet darkness of my new home, I wasn't so sure. Curiosity, the blessing and curse of every journalist, got the better of me. I plugged the radio in again, watching as the amber light came to life. This time, I turned the volume low before I began to turn the dial, moving slowly through the frequencies. Normal broadcasts came and went. Music, late night DJs, a rerun of an old radio drama. Everything perfectly ordinary. I continued turning until I reached the upper end of the dial, where the static lived. At first, there was nothing but white noise. I waited, holding my breath without realizing it. Just as I was about to give up, the static changed, becoming somehow deeper, more textured. "You came back," said a voice, not the child from before, but an older woman. Her tone both surprised and pleased. My heart hammered against my ribs. This wasn't my imagination. This wasn't a dream or a hallucination. "Who are you?" I asked, my mouth dry. The static rippled. "Someone who died a long time ago." The voice replied matter-of-factly. "We all did. We. There are many of us here. In the spaces between. We found ways to reach through, but few can hear us. I should have unplugged the radio then. I should have thrown it away, or burned it, or buried it deep in the ground. Instead, I asked another question. "What happened to you?" The static grew darker somehow, though the volume hadn't changed. "He happened to us. The collector. He found us one by one and added us to his collection." A different voice broke through then. A man, his words urgent. "He'll find you too, now that you can hear us. He always does." "Who is the collector?" I asked, but the voices were fading, the static returning to ordinary white noise. I tried turning the dial, searching for the strange frequency again, but it was gone. Eventually, I unplugged the radio and lay down, staring at the ceiling until dawn broke. I told myself I wouldn't plug it in again. I told myself I would throw it away on my way to work. I did neither. At the office the next day, I was distracted, my mind replaying the strange conversation I'd had through the static. Frank noticed. "Rough night, Connolly?" he asked, dropping a stack of research files on my desk. "You look like you've seen a ghost." The word ghost made me flinch. "Just having trouble sleeping in the new place," I lied. "What's all this?" "Your next assignment. Something with a bit more meat than the riveting saga of Millfield's holiday decoration budget." He tapped the top folder. "There's been a string of disappearances in the county over the past few decades. One every few years. Never solved." My journalist instincts perked up despite my exhaustion. "Serial killer?" Frank shrugged. "Police never found enough evidence to link them. Different victim profiles, different circumstances. The only connection is that they all vanished completely. No bodies, no evidence of foul play, just gone. And you want me to look into cold cases? Why now?" "Because there might be a fresh one." Frank's expression was grim. "Elderly man named Joseph Abernathy went missing 3 days ago. Left his house to run errands. Never came home. Car was found in the grocery store parking lot, but no sign of him." My blood ran cold. "Abernathy? Yeah, you know the name?" I bought something at a garage sale from a Mrs. Abernathy just before I moved in. She said she was moving to Florida to live with her daughter." Frank frowned. "Alice Abernathy? Impossible. She died 2 years ago. Heart attack." I felt the floor tilt beneath me. The old woman at the garage sale selling her husband's belongings. Who had she been? And if Alice Abernathy had died 2 years ago, who had I given my $5 to? Maybe a different Abernathy, I suggested weakly. "Maybe," Frank agreed, but he didn't sound convinced. Small town like this, unusual names tend to stick out. Anyway, dig into these files, see if you can find any connections. The police are focused on the current case, but I've got a hunch there's a bigger story here. I nodded, my mind racing. As soon as Frank walked away, I opened the top folder and began to read. The disappearances Frank had mentioned stretched back nearly 50 years. 18 people in total, ranging in age from 12 to 83. Men and women, different races, different occupations. Some were local, others were just passing through. As Frank had said, the only commonality was the complete lack of evidence. No bodies, no signs of struggle, no witnesses. I spent the day poring over the files, making notes, building a timeline. When the office emptied out for the evening, I was still there, spreading photographs and newspaper clippings across my desk, searching for any pattern I might have missed. It was nearly midnight when I found it, not a pattern in the victims, but in the timing. Each disappearance had occurred exactly 3 days after someone in town had reported hearing strange voices through radio static. The most recent report had been filed just a week ago by a teenage girl who claimed her ham radio had picked up voices of dead people. The police report noted that she had been referred to counseling for possible hallucinations. 3 days later, Joseph Abernathy vanished. My hands were shaking as I gathered my notes and headed home. The radio seemed to be waiting for me, its amber light glowing softly in the darkness of my bedroom. I hadn't remembered plugging it in. I approached it cautiously, as one might approach a venomous snake. The dial was tuned to that same spot of static where I'd heard the voices the night before. As I reached for it, the static cleared for just a moment. "Run," a child's voice whispered urgently. "He's already looking for you." The static returned, louder than before, filling my small bedroom with its hissing presence. I stumbled backward, heart racing, and nearly collided with a figure standing in my doorway. It was Mrs. Abernathy, or the woman I'd thought was Mrs. Abernathy, her thin frame silhouetted against the hallway light. But something was wrong. Her proportions seemed off, her limbs too long, her head tilted at an unnatural angle. "You shouldn't have heard them," she said, her voice no longer that of an elderly woman, but something much older, much colder. "But now that you have, you'll make a fine addition to my collection." She stepped forward, her movements jerky and wrong, like a puppet on tangled strings. In the dim light, I could see that what I had taken for age spots on her hands were actually dark, oozing holes in her skin, as though something had eaten away at her flesh from the inside. I didn't think. I didn't plan. I simply reacted, grabbing the radio and hurling it at her with all my strength. It struck her squarely in the chest, and to my horror, it passed through her as if she were made of smoke. The radio shattered against the wall behind her, pieces of wood and electronic components scattering across the floor. But the static remained, filling the air around us, and within it, voices cried out in warning and despair. Mrs. Abernathy, or the thing that had been pretending to be her, smiled, revealing teeth that were too numerous and too sharp to be human. "That won't help you," she said, reaching for me with those decaying hands. "They're already part of me, just as you will be." I dove past her, feeling a cold so intense it burned as her fingers grazed my arm. I ran through the house and out the front door, not stopping to grab my phone or my keys or anything that might slow me down. The night air was cool on my face as I sprinted down the street. My only thought to put as much distance between myself and that thing as possible. Behind me, I could still hear the static, growing fainter with each block, but never quite disappearing. I ended up at the newspaper office, using the spare key Frank had given me to let myself in. I spent the rest of the night there, huddled in the break room, jumping at every sound. When the first employees arrived in the morning, they found me wide-eyed and shaking, clutching a butter knife I'd taken from the kitchen drawer as my only weapon. Frank took one look at me and ushered me into his office. I told him everything. The radio, the voices, the thing pretending to be Mrs. Abernathy. To his credit, he didn't immediately call for a psychiatric evaluation. "Jesus, Connolly," he said when I'd finished. "That's one hell of a story." "You don't believe me," I said flatly. He was quiet for a long moment, then sighed heavily. 20 years ago? No, I wouldn't have. But I've been compiling these disappearance files for a reason. He opened his desk drawer and pulled out an old photograph, sliding it across the desk to me. It showed a much younger Frank standing next to a smiling woman and a small boy. "My wife and son," he explained. "They vanished 15 years ago. No trace, no explanation, just like all the others." "I'm sorry," I said inadequately. "Before they disappeared, my son, he was 8, told me he'd been hearing voices through his walkie-talkie. Stories about a collector who took people away. I thought it was just a kid's imagination." Frank's eyes were haunted. 3 days later, they were gone. We sat in silence for a moment, two people suddenly linked by an impossible, horrible understanding. "What do we do?" I finally asked. "We investigate," Frank said firmly. "That's what we do. We're journalists. We find the truth and we expose it." And so we began. Frank arranged for me to stay at his place. He had been living alone in a 3-bedroom house since the disappearance of his family. We gathered every scrap of information we could find about the disappearances, the voices in the static, and the entity that called itself the collector. The pattern became clearer the deeper we dug. The disappearances had been happening not just for 50 years, but for centuries, dating back to the earliest days of Millfield. Before radios, people had reported hearing the voices through telegraph machines, telephone lines, even speaking tubes in old houses. Always technology that could carry sound across distances. And always, 3 days after hearing the voices, someone would vanish. We discovered old journals in the Town Historical Society, accounts of encounters with a tall, gaunt figure who could mimic the appearance of anyone it had collected. Some described it as a creature of static, not invisibility, but a visual static, like an old television tuned to a dead channel given a semblance of human form. Most disturbing were the rare accounts from people who had encountered the collector and survived. They described a realm between frequencies, a place of perpetual twilight where the collected souls were kept. Their energy slowly consumed over decades while their consciousness remained intact. They existed in a state of living death, able to occasionally reach out through electronic means, but unable to escape. By the second day of our investigation, Frank and I had constructed a theory. The collector was some kind of interdimensional parasite, feeding on human consciousness. It used radio waves or any form of electronic communication as a bridge between its realm and ours, both to find new victims and to keep its existing collection accessible. The voices I'd heard weren't trying to lure me in. They were trying to warn me. But in hearing them, I'd already been marked. Tomorrow is the third day, Frank said grimly as we sat in his living room, surrounded by notes and old books. According to the pattern, that's when it will come for you. How do we stop it? I asked. I can't just keep running. Frank had been thinking about this problem for 15 years. I have an idea, he said, but it's dangerous and there's no guarantee it will work. His plan was both simple and terrifying. Use me as bait to lure the collector, then attempt to trap it using the one weakness we'd identified in the historical accounts. Its need to maintain a connection to its own realm while in our world. If we could disrupt that connection at the right moment, we might be able to destroy it, or at least banish it back to WHE, wherever it came from.
How do we disrupt the connection? I asked.
Frank showed me the device he'd built over years of research and desperate hope. A modified radio jammer designed to create a feedback loop of white noise across all frequencies simultaneously. In theory, it would overwhelm the collector's link to its realm, temporarily stranding it in our world in a vulnerable state. In theory, I repeated dubiously. And if it doesn't work, Frank couldn't meet my eyes. Then I might finally find out what happened to my family. We set our trap in the radio station on the edge of town, WML, the Mill, Millfield's only local broadcaster. Frank had explained our situation to the station manager, an old friend who had lost a sister to the disappearances in the 1980s. She gave us access to the building for the night and showed us how to operate the equipment. The plan was to broadcast on all frequencies, sending out a message the collector couldn't ignore. I would speak directly to the voices I'd heard, telling them I wanted to help them escape. Meanwhile, Frank would wait with his jammer, ready to activate it the moment the collector appeared. As midnight approached, I sat in the broadcast booth, microphone ready, while Frank concealed himself in the equipment room next door. My hands were shaking, and not just from fear. I hadn't slept properly in days, and the constant sense of being watched had worn away at my nerves until they were raw and exposed. Ready. Frank's voice came through my headphones. I took a deep breath. Ready. He flipped the switches that would broadcast my voice across every AM and FM frequency within range, creating a blanket of my words over the airwaves. My name is Alex Connolly. I began, my voice steadier than I felt. 3 nights ago, I heard voices through an old radio. Voices of people trapped by something that calls itself the collector. I want to help you. I want to set you free. For several long minutes, there was no response, just the hollow echo of my own voice coming back through the monitoring system. I continued talking, describing what we'd learned, asking questions, offering help that I wasn't sure I could provide. And then the static began. It started as a soft hiss in my headphones, gradually growing louder until it nearly drowned out my voice. I kept talking, even as the lights in the booth began to flicker and the temperature plummeted so rapidly that my breath clouded in the air before me. We know about you, I said, addressing the collector directly now. We know what you've been doing to this town for centuries. It ends tonight. The static roared in my ears, and within it, I could hear dozens of voices screaming warnings, begging for help, crying out in fear. The microphone in front of me began to vibrate, then to melt, the metal twisting and flowing like hot wax. Frank, I shouted, tearing off my headphones as they too began to deform in my hands. It's coming. The door to the booth swung open, but it wasn't Frank who stood there. It was a tall, thin figure that seemed to shift and flicker before my eyes, its form never quite settling on a single appearance. One moment it looked like Mrs. Abernathy, the next like a young boy who had to be Frank's son, then like people I'd seen in the missing persons files. You presume too much, it said, its voice a chorus of all the souls it had taken. I am not merely a collector. I am the space between signals, the hunger in the void, the static that remains when all transmission ends. It stepped into the booth, and as it did, the air around it seemed to tear, revealing glimpses of another place, a twilight realm where human figures wandered aimlessly across an endless gray landscape, their forms occasionally breaking apart into pixels of static before reforming. "Frank, now!" I screamed, diving under the broadcasting desk as the creature reached for me with hands that flickered between flesh and crackling energy. From the equipment room came a high-pitched whine, rising quickly in intensity until it was a physical pressure against my eardrums. The collector froze, its form becoming even less stable, strips of its appearance peeling away like old wallpaper to reveal the static beneath. It screamed, a sound that contained the agony of every person it had ever taken, and began to thrash wildly, its limbs elongating and contracting, its features melting and reforming. The tear in reality widened, the gray twilight realm bleeding further into our world. And then I saw them, the collected souls, pressing toward the opening, reaching through with hands made of static and desperation. Among them, I recognized faces from the missing persons files, and at the front, a woman and boy who had to be Frank's family. The collector saw them too and roared with fury, turning its attention from me to the breach. It lunged for the opening, trying to force it closed. But the souls on the other side were fighting back now, pulling it toward them even as it struggled to remain in our world. Frank burst into the room, his jammer clutched in his hands, its lights flashing wildly as it pumped out wave after wave of disrupting noise. "The connection's unstable," he shouted over the cacophony. "It can't hold both worlds together." The collector twisted toward him, recognition flashing across its ever-changing face. "Burnett," it hissed. "You could have joined him years ago." "Grace." "Sam," Frank called, ignoring the creature and focusing on the figures reaching through the breach. Hold on. What happened next occurred so quickly that my mind struggled to process it. The collector lunged at Frank, its form elongating impossibly. Frank raised the jammer like a shield. The two connected, and a pulse of energy exploded outward, knocking me back against the wall. When my vision cleared, I saw Frank grappling with the creature, the jammer between them pulsing with light and sound. The breach was widening, the twilight realm, and our world merging around them. Souls were pouring through now, their forms solidifying as they crossed over. Dozens of them, then hundreds, all the people the collector had taken over centuries. "Go," Frank shouted at me, his face contorted with effort. "Get out now." I hesitated, unwilling to leave him. "I've got it," he insisted. "This is my fight, has been for 15 years. Go." The building was beginning to shake around us, equipment crashing to the floor, windows shattering. With a last look at Frank, still locked in combat with the creature, his family's souls reaching for him through the breach, I ran. I made it outside just as the radio station imploded, collapsing in on itself like a black hole had formed at its center. A shockwave of static washed over the town, disrupting every electronic device for miles. And then silence. Where the radio station had stood was nothing but a perfect circle of scorched earth. No debris, no bodies, no sign that anything had ever been there at all. In the days that followed, a strange thing happened in Millfield. People began to return, people who had been missing for years, decades, some for nearly a century. They emerged from the woods, from empty buildings, from the lake outside town, all of them disoriented but alive. Among them were Grace and Sam Burnett, physically unchanged from the day they had vanished 15 years earlier. But Frank was not among those who returned. The official explanation was a gas leak and explosion at the radio station. As for the returned missing persons, the authorities were at a loss, eventually settling on a mass amnesia incident triggered by environmental factors, a scientific impossibility, but more acceptable than the truth. I wrote the story anyway, the real story, but no publisher would touch it. Too unbelievable, too frightening, too far outside the comfortable boundaries of accepted reality. So I decided to tell it here, in this record that may never be read. It's been 6 months since that night. I still work at the Millfield Gazette, now as the editor since Frank's position needed to be filled. I've taken up residence in his house, looking after Grace and Sam as they adjust to a world that moved on without them. They remember everything, their time in the Twilight Realm, the slow drain of their energy as the collector fed upon them. the moment of Frank's sacrifice that set them and all the others free. I've kept my promise to Frank to look after his family, and I've kept another promise to make sure this never happens again. I've been tracking down and destroying old radios throughout the town, particularly those that might have come from Mrs. Abernathy's garage sale. Most importantly, I've been listening to the static, because sometimes, late at night, I can still hear voices in it. Not the voices of the collected souls. They're free now, but something else. Sometimes I think it's Frank, trying to reach out from wherever he and the collector ended up. Other times, I'm afraid it's the collector itself, weakened but not destroyed, looking for a new way into our world. Either way, I keep listening, and I keep a bag packed by the door, ready to run at the first sign that the static is growing stronger. Because the spaces between frequencies are vast, and we have only begun to explore what might be hiding there, listening to our broadcasts, waiting for an invitation to cross over. If you've read this far, consider this your warning. Be careful what you tune into. Not everything that comes through your speakers or your headphones is what it claims to be. And if you ever hear voices in the static, pleading for help or offering impossible knowledge, do I should have done. Turn it off. Destroy it. Run. Because it's already listening for your response.
The static returns. 1 year after the incident at the radio station, I began to believe we were safe. The returned missing persons had reintegrated into society, as well as could be expected. Some found descendants now older than they were. Others discovered their homes occupied by strangers and their possessions long since scattered. The psychological toll was immense, but the town rallied around them, creating support groups and housing assistance programs. Grace and Sam Burnett had the easiest transition, relatively speaking. Frank's home remained as he'd left it, his finances in order, and they had me. Someone who knew the truth and didn't think they were delusional when they woke screaming from nightmares of the Twilight Realm. I'd kept my promise to monitor the airwaves for any sign of the collector's return. For 12 months, the static had remained just static, formless white noise without voices or meaning. I'd almost convinced myself it was over. Then came the blackout. It happened on a Tuesday evening in October, exactly 1 year and 1 day after the radio station imploded. I was working late at the Gazette, finalizing the next morning's edition, when every electrical device in the building shut down simultaneously. The computers, the lights, the phones, all dead in an instant. My first thought was that we'd blown a fuse, but a glance out the window revealed the entire town had gone dark. That's when I felt it, a familiar cold dread creeping up my spine, the certainty that something was watching me from just beyond the veil of perception. My cell phone, previously dead like everything else, suddenly buzzed in my pocket. The screen glowed with an intensity that seemed impossible, displaying a message from an unknown number. He's coming back. He found another way in. Before I could process this, static began to emanate from my phone speaker, soft at first, then growing in volume until it filled the darkened office. And within that static, just as before, were voices. "Alex," they whispered, chorus of desperate souls. "He's rebuilding his collection. You have to stop him." "Frank," I called out, hoping against hope that my friend had somehow survived. "Is that you?" A single voice separated itself from the chorus. "Not much time. The breach is temporary. Listen carefully." What followed was a rapid explanation that chilled me to my core. The collector hadn't been destroyed that night at the radio station, merely wounded and banished back to its realm. But Frank had been pulled through with it, his consciousness intact due to the protection of the jammer device. For a year, he'd been fighting the creature in its own domain, weakening it, learning its secrets. It feeds on frequency. Frank's voice explained through the worsening static. Radio waves were just the beginning. It's found something stronger, the power grid itself. Electromagnetic pulses through the lines, reaching every home, every device. "How do we stop it?" I asked, already knowing I wouldn't like the answer. The substation, northeast corner of town. That's its new anchor point between worlds. Destroy before midnight or... The static overwhelmed his voice, and then my phone went dead again, leaving me alone in the darkness with an impossible task and less than 3 hours to complete it. I didn't hesitate. I ran to my car, praying it would start despite the blackout. To my relief, the engine turned over immediately. Whatever had killed the electrical grid hadn't affected automotive systems. As I sped through the darkened streets of Millfield, I called Grace on my now functioning phone, quickly explaining what had happened. Get Sam and go to the fallout shelter, I instructed. Frank had shown me the concrete bunker beneath his garage, built during the Cold War by the previous owner. Take the emergency radio, but don't turn it on unless I contact you first. It's happening again, isn't it? Grace's voice was steady, but I could hear the undercurrent of terror. She'd lived through the Collector's predations once already. I'm going to stop it, I promised, with more confidence than I felt. Just stay safe. I ended the call and focused on navigating the unlit streets. The town was in chaos, people milling about on sidewalks, car accidents at darkened intersections, the wail of distant sirens as emergency services tried to respond to too many incidents at once. No one would miss me if I disappeared tonight. No one except Grace and Sam would even connect my vanishing to the blackout. I would become just another statistic, another unexplained absence in a world full of them. The substation was located on the outskirts of town, surrounded by a chain-link fence topped with barbed wire. Under normal circumstances, it would have been brightly lit and possibly monitored by security cameras. Tonight, it was a hulking shadow against the star-filled sky. I parked a quarter-mile away and approached on foot, using my phone's flashlight function sparingly to avoid detection. The main gate was locked, as expected, but I found a section of fence where something, had already cut through the links. The edges were melted rather than cut. The metal twisted as though it had briefly liquefied before re-solidifying. Slipping through the gap, I made my way toward the main transformer array. The massive components, normally humming with electricity, were silent and dark. Yet as I drew closer, I realized that wasn't entirely accurate. They weren't producing sound, but they were vibrating, a subtle tremor I could feel through the soles of my shoes. And they weren't completely dark either. A faint glow emanated from within the largest transformer, a sickly greenish light that pulsed like a heartbeat. As I watched, the light began to coalesce, forming a shape that was vaguely humanoid but wrong in fundamental ways. Too tall, too thin, joints bending in impossible directions. It was happening again. The Collector was forcing its way back into our world. I reached into my backpack and removed the device I'd brought with me, a modified version of Frank's jammer that I'd been working on in secret for months. I wasn't the engineer Frank had been, but I'd studied his notes and designs, making improvements where I could. The new jammer was designed to create an even more powerful disruption field, theoretically capable of severing the Collector's connection permanently. The prototype had blown out every electronic device in my garage during testing, nearly burning the building down in the process. It was dangerous, unstable, and possibly my only chance. As I moved closer to the transformer, the air grew thick and cold, with the same electric tension that precedes a lightning strike. My breath clouded before me, and frost began to form on the metal structures around me. The shape within the transformer was becoming more defined now, pushing against some unseen barrier between its world and ours. I could make out limbs, a torso, a head with too many features shifting and relocating across its surface. It sensed me watching and turned what might have been a face in my direction. "You," it said, its voice coming not from the shape, but from the air around me, vibrating through my body like bass from a massive speaker. The witness, the one who helped the souls escape. "That's right," I replied, setting the jammer on the ground and beginning the activation sequence. "And I'm here to make sure you don't take any more." The figure pressed harder against the barrier, which bulged outward like a membrane. "Your friend thought he could destroy me in my own realm," it said. "He learned otherwise. As will you." "Where is Frank?" I demanded, stalling for time as the jammer powered up, its indicator lights blinking in sequence. "Here," the Collector said, its formless face stretching into what might have been a smile. Part of me now. His energy was exceptional, full of hate and hope in equal measure, a rare vintage. Rage flared in me at the creature's casual cruelty. "You're lying." I heard him. "He's still fighting you." The barrier between worlds bulged further, beginning to tear at the edges. The collector's form started to push through, static crackling around it as it materialized. "What you heard were echoes," it said, its voice stronger now as it gained purchase in our reality. Final thoughts before absorption. He no longer exists as an individual consciousness. My phone buzzed in my pocket again. I pulled it out to find another message. "It's lying. I'm still here. Activate the jammer now." The collector screeched. There was no other word for the sound it made, and lunged forward, fully breaching the barrier between worlds. Its form solidified into something that approximated humanity, but missed in crucial ways, like a creature that had only ever seen humans in poorly described paintings. I slammed my hand down on the jammer's activation button and dove behind a concrete barrier as the device emitted a high-pitched whine, building rapidly in intensity. The air around the transformer seemed to warp and twist, reality itself protesting the violation of its fundamental laws. The collector's screech became a roar of fury. It staggered, its form destabilizing, pieces of it breaking apart into pixels of static that scattered and reformed randomly. It reached for me with limbs that stretched like elastic, growing to impossible lengths. The jammer's whine reached a crescendo, and then came the explosion, not of fire and shrapnel, but of pure disrupting energy. A visible shockwave of distortion expanded outward from the device, passing through everything in its path, including me. It felt like being turned inside out, and back again in the span of a heartbeat. Every nerve ending fired simultaneously, sending conflicting signals to my brain. Hot/cold, pain/pleasure, solid/liquid. I lost consciousness for what seemed like seconds, but must have been longer. When I came to, the substation was in ruins. The transformer that had served as the collector's anchor point was a melted heap of metal, and smaller components had been scattered across the yard as though flung by a giant hand. Of the collector itself, there was no sign, but the air still carried a charge, a tension that suggested the battle wasn't over. My phone was dead, fried by the jammer's pulse, along with every other electronic device I'd brought. I had no way to contact Grace, no way to know if the collector had been banished again or merely wounded. I staggered to my feet, fighting waves of nausea and disorientation, and made my way back to my car. To my surprise, it started. The jammer's effect apparently hadn't reached that far. I drove back toward town, watching as lights began to flicker back on in houses and businesses. The power was returning. Had we won? Had the collector been pushed back again? I didn't know, but I needed to reach Grace and Sam to make sure they were safe. Frank's house was dark when I arrived, but that was to be expected if Grace had followed my instructions and taken Sam to the shelter. I used my key to enter, calling their names as I made my way to the garage. No answer came. The house was silent, preternaturally so. Not even the ticking of the grandfather clock in the hall that had been keeping time steadily for decades. I reached the garage and opened the hidden entrance to the shelter, descending the concrete stairs into the darkness below. "Grace? Sam? It's me, Alex. I think it's over." Still no response. I fumbled for the emergency lantern that was kept on a shelf near the entrance and switched it on, illuminating the small space. The shelter was empty. No sign of Grace or Sam. No indication they had ever been there. On the shelter's single table rested Frank's emergency radio, its power light blinking steadily despite the recent blackout. Beside it was a note in Grace's handwriting. It came for us at the house. We ran, using the radio to try to reach Frank. "If you find this, we're at the old radio station site. It's the only place we might be able to cross over and help him." My blood ran cold. The radio station site, ground zero for last year's confrontation, was the last place they should go. Whatever residual connection existed between our world and the collector's realm would be strongest there. I raced back to my car and sped across town, pushing the vehicle to its limits on the empty streets. The site of the former radio station had been cordoned off for months after the incident, but eventually, the barriers had been removed. The scorched circle of earth declared safe, if inexplicable. Nothing had been rebuilt there. Local superstition and practical concerns about soil stability had kept developers away. As I approached, I could see two figures standing in the center of the barren circle, Grace and Sam, holding the emergency radio between them like an offering. The air around them shimmered with a familiar distortion, and static hissed from the radio speaker, loud enough to be heard from my car as I skidded to a halt at the perimeter. "Stop!" I shouted, running toward them. "It's not safe." They turned to face me, and in the moonlight, I could see their expressions, not fear, but grim determination. "We heard him, Alex," Grace said, her voice tight with emotion. "Frank's still there, still fighting. He told us how to open a controlled breach, just long enough to pull him back through." "It's too dangerous," I argued, slowing as I neared them, feeling the electric charge in the air intensifying with each step. "That thing is using Frank's voice, his memories. It's trying to lure you in." Sam, now 11 but with eyes far older, shook his head. "It's really Dad. We know. He told us things only he would know, about before we were taken." The static from the radio grew louder, and within it, I could hear Frank's voice, distant but clear, reciting what sounded like technical instructions. The air around us began to warp and twist, the stars above becoming smeared brushstrokes against the night sky. "Even if it is him," I said desperately, "you're opening a door that works both ways. If the collector is still with him." "It is," came Frank's voice, suddenly much clearer. "But it's weak, wounded. What you did at the substation nearly destroyed it. One more push might be enough." A tear appeared in the air before us, not an opening but a wrongness, a place where reality simply stopped making sense. Through it, I could see glimpses of that twilight realm, and standing at the forefront, a figure that was unmistakably Frank Burnett, though gaunt and aged beyond his years. "The jammer," Frank said urgently. "Did you bring it?" I shook my head. "It was destroyed in the explosion." Frank's expression fell. "Then we need another way to generate feedback. Something to disrupt the connection once I'm through, but before it can follow." My mind raced through possibilities. "The radio," I said suddenly. "If we tune it to broadcast and receive on the same frequency." "A feedback loop," Frank nodded. "It might work, but only for a few seconds. I'll have to time it perfectly." Grace adjusted the radio's settings according to Frank's instructions, creating what was essentially an electronic version of putting a microphone next to its own speaker. The resulting squeal made us all wince, but the effect on the tear in reality was immediate and dramatic. It widened, edges stabilizing, becoming less a wound in the universe and more a doorway. "Now," Frank shouted from the other side, launching himself toward the opening. What happened next occurred in fractions of seconds, but seemed to unfold in slow motion. Frank passed through the breach, his body transitioning from the ethereal form it had in the twilight realm to solid flesh and blood in ours. Behind him, a shadow detached itself from the twilight landscape, a roiling mass of static and malice that lunged toward the closing breach. The collector, or what remained of it, was making one final attempt to return. Frank landed heavily on our side, rolling with the impact and coming up in a defensive crouch. "Break the radio," he shouted. Sam reacted instantly, smashing the device against the ground. The feedback squeal cut off abruptly, and the breach began to close, shrinking rapidly. The collector's amorphous form was caught half in, half out, a sight that defied comprehension, segments of it seeming to exist in multiple dimensions simultaneously. It screamed with the voices of 1,000 souls, a sound of such profound anguish and rage that we all fell to our knees, hands over our ears in a futile attempt to block it out. Then, with a final, reality-bending contortion, the breach snapped closed. The portion of the collector that had made it through dropped to the ground, no longer connected to the source of its power. It writhed and twisted, its form losing cohesion, breaking apart into smaller and smaller pieces of static, until nothing remained but a faint electrical charge in the air that gradually dissipated. We stared at the empty space where the breach had been, hardly daring to believe it was over. Frank, looking decades older than when he disappeared a year ago, but very much alive, staggered to his feet and embraced his wife and son. "You did it," I said, still stunned by the sequence of events. "You actually made it back." Frank's smile was weary but genuine. "Not just me," he said, gesturing around us. I hadn't noticed in the chaos, but we weren't alone in the scorched circle. Dozens of people stood at the perimeter, watching with expressions of wonder and disbelief. People who hadn't made it through during last year's mass escape. People who had been trapped for decades in the Collector's realm until this final breach allowed them passage home. The Collector? I asked quietly, not wanting to break the spell of this improbable homecoming. Frank's expression darkened, wounded, diminished, but not destroyed. Never destroyed. It's like static itself. You can minimize it, tune it out, but somewhere in the background, it's always there, waiting to be amplified. Then it could come back, find another way through. He nodded grimly. Someday, but not for a long time. And now we know how to fight it. In the days that followed, Millfield experienced another wave of miraculous returns. Fewer than before, but each one a victory against the impossible. Some had been missing for over a century, their names known only from yellowed newspaper clippings and faded photographs in the Historical Society. Frank recovered slowly, his body and mind bearing the scars of his year in the Twilight Realm. He spoke little of what he had experienced there, but sometimes at night, I would find him sitting in the dark, tuning an old radio through frequencies of empty stat. I see, listening for voices only he could hear. 6 months after his return, Frank handed me a manuscript, hundreds of pages detailing everything he had learned about the Collector, its realm, and the spaces between frequencies where other entities might lurk. A guidebook for future generations, should the creature ever return. Publish it under a pseudonym, he instructed, as fiction. No one will believe it's real, but the information will be out there for those who need it. I did as he asked, though finding a publisher willing to take on such a strange, disturbing work proved challenging. Eventually, a small press specializing in experimental horror agreed to a limited run. The Static Collector by F.B. Witness hit shelves with little fanfare and modest sales to a niche audience of horror enthusiasts. But that was never the point. The point was to document what had happened, to leave breadcrumbs for others who might someday hear voices in the static and need to know they're not alone. Life in Millfield gradually returned to something resembling normalcy. The returned missing persons integrated into society as best they could, though many eventually moved away, unable to cope with the disorientation of finding themselves in a world that had moved on without them. Frank and his family stayed, as did I. We formed a kind of support group with others who had experienced the Collector's realm firsthand. We monitored the airwaves, the power grid, any technology that might serve as a bridge between worlds, and we listened to the static, that ever-present background noise of existence, knowing that something else was listening too, waiting for another chance to break through. 3 years after Frank's return, I received a letter from a teenager in Idaho who had read The Static Collector. She described hearing voices through her ham radio, voices that knew her name and told her things no stranger could know. She asked if the book was really fiction or if there was more to it. I shared the letter with Frank, who read it with a grim expression. "It's starting again," he said. "Somewhere new." The next day, we packed our bags and headed west. The Collector was wounded but not destroyed. The battle had ended, but the war continued, a war fought in the crackling spaces between stations, in the hum of power lines, in the background radiation of modern life. A war against the static that waits, hungers, and occasionally speaks. And so we travel now, Frank and I, following reports of strange broadcasts and electrical anomalies, of voices heard in white noise and figures glimpsed in television snow. We carry jammers and knowledge, warnings and weapons. We listen to the spaces between frequencies and stand ready to fight whatever emerges, because the static is never truly empty, and somewhere in its endless hiss, the Collector is rebuilding its strength, preparing for the day it can once again reach through and begin a new collection. If you hear voices in the static, if they know your name or tell you secrets they shouldn't know, don't respond. Don't engage. But if it's already too late, if you're already marked, look for the book. The Static Collector by F.B. Witness. Within its pages, disguised as fiction, is everything you need to know to fight back. And if all else fails, reach out. We're listening too. Just be careful which frequencies you use. In the war against the static, the battlefield is everywhere, and the enemy is always listening. Echoes from another frequency. 5 years after our confrontation with the Collector, I found myself alone in a motel room in Rapid City, South Dakota. Frank had taken his family east to investigate reports of strange broadcasts in rural Maine, while I followed rumors of electronic disturbances in the Badlands. We developed a system over the years: divide and conquer, cover more ground, stay connected through burner phones that we changed regularly. This separation had become necessary as the incidents multiplied. Whatever wound we'd inflicted on the Collector had indeed weakened it, but it had also fractured it somehow. Instead of a single entity hunting through the static, we now faced something like pieces or echoes of it, appearing in different locations across the country. The motel television flickered despite being turned off, its screen reflecting my tired face as I arranged my equipment on the bed. I'd become proficient with the various detection devices Frank had taught me to build: frequency analyzers, electromagnetic field readers, modified radios that could pick up transmissions across unusual wavelengths. Tonight marked the 3rd anniversary of a local tragedy: the disappearance of 5 teenagers from a cave in the Badlands National Park. According to my research, they had been amateur radio enthusiasts venturing into the cave system to test transmission capabilities in the unusual geological formation. None had emerged, and search parties had found only their abandoned equipment, still broadcasting an empty signal. Each year on the anniversary, park rangers reported equipment malfunctions and strange audio phenomena near the cave entrance. This year, I intended to be there waiting. I checked my watch, 9:17 p.m. Still time to review my notes before heading out. I pulled out the journal I'd been keeping, flipping to the section detailing patterns we'd observed in the Collector's behavior since its fragmentation. The most troubling development was its apparent evolution. No longer content with simple radios or power grids, fragments of the Collector had begun experimenting with other technologies: cell towers, satellite dishes, even early experiments with digital streaming services. Anything that transmitted or received signals was potential territory, and it was learning, adapting. The crude mimicry of human forms I'd witnessed years ago had become more sophisticated. The last fragment I'd encountered in Nevada could pass for human at a distance, its only tells being subtle glitches in movement and speech patterns that normal people would attribute to eccentricity rather than otherworldliness. My phone buzzed, a text from Frank. "Anything yet?" "Heading to the site in an hour," I replied. "Equipment ready." "You." 3 more returned in Bangor last night, all missing since 2018. None remember where they were. This was another new pattern: spontaneous returns without our direct intervention. People who had been taken by the Collector suddenly reappearing, often with no memory of their time away. We didn't know if this represented a weakening of the entity's hold or something more sinister, a deliberate release for purposes we couldn't yet understand. Memories might be suppressed. I texted back. "Try the hypnosis protocol. Already scheduled. Be careful tonight. New moon. Strong correlation with activity spikes." I sent a thumbs up emoji and set the phone aside. Frank's concern was warranted. We documented 17 separate incidents that aligned with the new moon phase across different locations. Something about that particular darkness seemed to thin the barriers between worlds. After a final equipment check, I loaded everything into my car and headed toward the national park. The rangers had given me special permission to be there after hours, believing I was a research scientist studying the unusual electromagnetic properties of the cave system. Not entirely a lie. The night was indeed dark, the new moon creating a perfect black canvas for the explosion of stars overhead. Out here, far from city lights, the Milky Way stretched across the sky like a river of diamonds. Beautiful, but the darkness also made me uneasy. I kept my headlights on high beam as I navigated the empty park roads. The cave entrance was marked by a small parking area and an information board explaining the geological significance of the formation. During tourist season, guided tours ventured a short distance into the more accessible chambers, but the system extended miles beneath the Badlands, with countless unexplored passages and chambers. It was in one of those unexplored areas that the 5 teenagers had vanished. I parked and began setting up my monitoring station near the cave entrance. Temperature sensors went in first. Sudden cold spots were often the earliest sign of a breach. Next came the audio equipment, specialized microphones designed to pick up frequencies beyond normal human hearing. Finally, I set up the modified radio Frank, and I had designed specifically to detect the collector's unique static signature. By 11:30 p.m., everything was operational, silently monitoring and recording the night. I sat in a folding chair, thermos of coffee in hand, and waited. For the first hour, nothing unusual appeared in the readings. A few bats emerged from the cave, their high-pitched echolocation barely registering on my equipment. Nocturnal insects buzzed around my lantern. Normal night, sounds of the Badlands surrounded me. The distant yip of coyotes, the rustle of small creatures in the brush. At 12:47 a.m., the temperature sensors registered their first anomaly, a drop of 15 degrees at the cave entrance, while the surrounding area remained unchanged. I stood, senses suddenly alert, and approached the dark opening with my specialized flashlight. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating the rough stone walls of the entrance chamber. Nothing seemed out of place, but the cold grew more intense as I stepped inside. My breath clouded before me, and the hairs on my arms stood on end, not just from the cold, but from the familiar electric tension that preceded the collector's manifestations. The radio on my monitoring station suddenly crackled to life, emitting the distinctive hiss of static that I had come to dread. Within seconds, voices began to emerge from the white noise. Young voices, confused and frightened. "Hello? Is anyone there? We can't find a way out. The passage keeps changing. We've been walking for hours. Please, if anyone can hear this, something's down here with us." The missing teenagers, or something pretending to be them. After 5 years of hunting the collector's fragments, I'd learned to be cautious of voices in the static. They weren't always what they claimed to be. I activated my recording equipment and approached the radio. "This is Alex Connolly. I can hear you. Who am I speaking with?" There was a pause, the static shifting and swirling like a living thing. Then a single voice, male and young. "Mike Sheridan. We came in to test our radios. Are you with search and rescue? We've been lost for hours." Hours, not years. Either they had no sense of time passing, or something else was speaking through my radio. "Mike, what's the date today?" I asked carefully. Another pause, longer this time. "October 12th, 2018. "Why? How long have we been down here?" 5 years. To the day. Before I could respond, another voice cut through, older and somehow familiar. "Don't trust it, Alex. It's not them. Not anymore." I froze, my blood turning to ice. I knew that voice. "Frank, where are you? I thought you were in Maine." I was. It led me here. A trap. His voice was strained, as though speaking required immense effort. "It's stronger than we thought. The fragments are reconnecting. Don't enter The static surged, drowning out his voice. The teenagers' voices returned, now overlapping, speaking with an unnatural synchronicity that sent chills down my spine. "Come find us, Alex. We're waiting. All of us are waiting." The cave seemed to pulse with an otherworldly light, emanating not from any visible source, but from between the very atoms of the air itself. The stone walls rippled like water, and for a moment I could see through them into a familiar twilight realm, that in-between place where the collector kept its victims. And there they were, not just the 5 teenagers, but dozens of figures wandering across that gray landscape. Among them, bound in what looked like chains of pure static, was Frank Burnett. "Frank," I called out, though I knew he couldn't hear me through the dimensional barrier. The vision faded, the cave walls solidifying again, but the message was clear. The collector, or some unified portion of it, had Frank, and it was using him as bait to lure me in. I should have retreated then, called grace, formulated a plan. That would have been the smart move. But seeing Frank, my friend, my mentor in this strange war against the static, imprisoned in that twilight hell again after everything he'd suffered, I couldn't walk away. Instead, I quickly sent a text to Grace with my location and a simple message. "Collector has Frank. Cave system. Badlands National Park. Send help." Then I gathered my most essential equipment, the personal jammer, flashlights, extra batteries, and a handheld radio modified to maintain connection with our world even in places where normal signals couldn't penetrate. I strapped everything to my belt and backpack, checked the hunting knife at my hip. Conventional weapons were useless against the collector itself, but could help with more physical obstacles, and stepped into the cave. The temperature dropped with each step I took, until my teeth were chattering and frost formed on my eyelashes. The beam of my flashlight seemed to penetrate less distance than it should, the darkness ahead almost swallowing the light, rather than being illuminated by it. I followed the main passage, marking my path with phosphorescent chalk. Although I doubted conventional navigation would help much if the collector could alter the cave's geometry as the voices had suggested, having some reference points might prove useful. After 20 minutes of careful advancement, the tunnel opened into a larger chamber. Stalactites hung from the ceiling like stone teeth, their surfaces glittering with an unnatural luminescence. In the center of the chamber stood what appeared to be radio equipment, old, rusted, but recognizable as the gear the teenagers had brought with them 5 years earlier. The handheld radio at my belt crackled. "Alex," Frank's voice clearer now. "Turn back." I unhooked the radio. "Not without you. It's too late for me. It's not just a fragment here. It's found a way to reconnect, become whole again. The cave system, it's built like an antenna, drawing all the pieces back together." A chill that had nothing to do with the temperature ran through me. How is that possible? We wounded it, scattered it. "We never understood what it truly was," Frank replied, his voice fading in and out through bursts of static. "It's not just a collector of souls. It's a collector of frequencies, wavelengths, vibrations. And it's found the perfect resonance chamber in these caves." As if in response to his words, the walls around me began to vibrate, emitting a low hum that I felt in my bones more than heard with my ears. The stalactites trembled, raining mineral dust onto the cave floor. "Where are you?" I asked. "I can get you out." The radio emitted a sound that might have been a bitter laugh. "I'm everywhere and nowhere. The collector has integrated me into its network. I'm a node, Alex, a relay point. It's using what I know against everyone we ever tried to help. There has to be a way to separate you two." "Listen to me," Frank interrupted urgently. "You need to collapse this cave system. It's the antenna drawing the fragments back together. Without it, they'll remain scattered, weakened, manageable." I looked around at the massive stone chamber. How am I supposed to do that? I didn't bring explosives. The thermal stress points. Remember the research I was doing on geological weak points? This whole system is unstable. The right application of extreme temperature variance could trigger a collapse. My mind raced through possibilities. I had emergency flares, chemical heat packs, and a small butane torch in my equipment. Not enough to affect a cave this size unless... "The water table," I said suddenly, remembering something from the information board outside. This system intersects with underwater chambers at the lower levels. "Yes," Frank confirmed. Superheating the air in a confined space adjacent to those water reservoirs could create enough pressure differential to trigger a cascade failure. It was a desperate plan, but no more desperate than the circumstances. "What about you? And the missing teenagers? Are they still alive in there somewhere?" There was a long pause, filled only with static. Then, "The teenagers are gone, fully absorbed years ago. As for me, I'm already dead, Alex. The collector just hasn't let me go yet. This is my choice. I wanted to argue, to insist there was another way. But 5 years of fighting this war had taught me that sometimes there were no good options. Sometimes victory came at terrible cost. Tell Grace and Sam I'm sorry," Frank said, his voice growing fainter. "Tell them I love them. And Alex, don't come looking for me again, even if you hear my voice. It won't be me anymore." The radio went silent, but the humming in the cave intensified, rising in pitch until it became painful. The air around me began to warp and distort, reality bending as the collector prepared to manifest. I had minutes, perhaps less. Moving quickly, I retraced my steps to a narrow passage I'd passed earlier, one that, according to the map I'd studied, should lead down toward the water table. The descent was steep and treacherous, loose stones sliding beneath my feet as I half climbed, half slid deeper into the earth. The temperature fluctuated wildly now, Arctic cold one moment, suffocating heat the next. My equipment beeped and whined in protest, electronic components stressed beyond their tolerances. Only the specialized devices Frank and I had built to withstand the collector's influence continued functioning reliably. After what felt like an eternity of descent, I reached a small chamber where the cave floor disappeared into black, still water. The underground pool stretched into darkness, its surface occasionally rippling, though there was no breeze to disturb it. According to the geological survey maps, this water connected to larger reservoirs deeper in the system. If Frank's theory was correct, creating a sudden pressure differential here could trigger the cascade failure he had described. I worked quickly, setting up my remaining flares and chemical heat packs in a tight cluster near where the rock wall met the water's edge, the most structurally vulnerable point, according to Frank's research. The butane torch would serve as the ignition source once everything else was in place. As I worked, the distortions in the air grew more pronounced. Glimpses of the twilight realm flickered at the edges of my vision, and ghostly figures began to materialize and fade around me. The teenagers, their expressions frozen in eternal terror. Other victims I didn't recognize. And repeatedly, Frank, his form corrupted and glitching like a damaged video file, silently mouthing words I couldn't understand. The collector was trying to distract me, to slow me down. I forced myself to focus on the task at hand, completing the makeshift thermal device as quickly as precision allowed. Just as I finished, the water surface erupted, a column of liquid rising impossibly upward before twisting into a humanoid shape. It solidified until it resembled a man made of black glass, reflective but opaque, with no features except for countless tiny points of light within its form that shifted and swirled like stars in a midnight sky. "Witness," it said, its voice like gravel over metal. This was not a fragment or an echo. This was the collector itself, reformed and whole. "You've taken enough from this world," I said, thumb poised over the ignition switch. "It ends now." The obsidian figure tilted its featureless head. "Does it? I am woven into your technologies now. Every transmission, every broadcast. I am in the fiber optics beneath the oceans and the satellites above your atmosphere. This cave is merely a nexus, a focal point. Destroy it if you wish. I have others." For the first time, I felt true despair. If what it said was true, if it had spread so far into our communication infrastructure, how could we ever hope to contain it again? But then I thought of Frank's sacrifice, of all the victims we'd managed to save, of the fragments we'd successfully banished over the years. Maybe we couldn't destroy the collector completely. Maybe this was a war without end, but we could still win battles. We could still save lives. Maybe so, I acknowledged. But this is the nexus that has you whole again, and I'm betting that losing it will hurt. Without waiting for a response, I triggered the ignition. The flares and chemical packs erupted in a blinding flash of heat and light. The temperature in the small chamber skyrocketed, the air expanding violently as it superheated. The contrast with the cold water created exactly the stress point Frank had theorized. The reaction was immediate and catastrophic. A crack appeared in the rock wall, rapidly widening as the pressure differential did its work. Water began to spray through the fissure, flash boiling as it met the superheated air, creating a chain reaction of thermal stress throughout the surrounding rock. The obsidian figure lunged toward me, its form elongating impossibly. "You cannot escape," it hissed, tendrils of its substance reaching for me. "If this nexus falls, you fall with it." I backed away. Scrambling up the passage, I descended. Behind me, the cracking sound grew louder as the cave system began to destabilize. Stones fell from the ceiling, splashing into the water below. The collector's form wavered, its cohesion affected by the disruption of its resonance chamber. "So be it," I called back. "As long as you're weakened, it's worth it." But despite my brave words, I had no intention of dying if I could help it. I raced upward through the collapsing passages, following my phosphorescent marks when they were still visible, instinct when they were not. The entire system groaned and shifted around me. The earth itself seeming to reject the unnatural presence that had infected it. The collector pursued me, its form increasingly unstable, breaking apart and reforming as the cave's resonance degraded. "You are marked witness," it called after me, its voice distorting into multiple overlapping tones. "Wherever you go, whatever frequency you occupy, I will find you again." I didn't waste breath responding, focusing instead on the treacherous climb. My lungs burned, my muscles screamed with the effort, but the sound of catastrophic collapse behind me provided all the motivation I needed. When I finally burst from the cave entrance into the night air, I didn't stop running. Behind me, the ground buckled and sank as subterranean chambers collapsed, creating a sinkhole that consumed the entire cave entrance and surrounding area. I reached my car just as the monitoring station disappeared into the growing depression. The radio emitted one final burst of static, and within it, almost too faint to perceive, Frank's voice. "Thank you." Then silence, as the earth settled into its new configuration, sealing whatever remained of the collector's nexus beneath tons of rock and soil. I stood there, gasping for breath, waiting for some sign that the entity had escaped or persisted. But the night air was clear, the stars bright overhead, and my remaining equipment detected no unusual frequencies or temperature variations. For now, at least, this battle was over. The war, however, continued. The collector's final words echoed in my mind. It had spread beyond this single nexus, integrated itself into modern communications technology in ways we had never anticipated. As dawn broke over the Badlands, painting the rugged landscape in shades of gold and crimson, I sent a text to Grace. Not the full story. That would come later, in person. She deserved that much. Just a simple message. Frank saved us. Again. Coming home. Then I began the long drive back, my mind already turning to the next phase of our endless war against the static. If the collector had indeed woven itself into the very fabric of modern communication, then nowhere was truly safe anymore. Every screen, every speaker, every transmission line was potentially compromised. But we had faced impossible odds before. We would adapt. We would find new ways to fight. We would bear witness to the truth and protect those who couldn't protect themselves. And somewhere in the spaces between frequencies, in the static that fills the silences of the modern world, the battle would continue. Because some wars can never truly be won. Some enemies can never be completely vanquished. They can only be contained, managed, held at bay through eternal vigilance. I turned on the car radio, letting normal broadcasts wash over me. Music, news, weather reports. Ordinary transmissions from an ordinary world that had no idea how close it had come to something extraordinary and terrible. For a moment, just a moment between stations, I thought I heard a familiar voice in the static. I quickly changed the frequency. Some things are better left unheard. The digital whisper. The year after the Badlands incident marked a turning point in our war against the collector. Without its nexus, the entity remained fragmented, its pieces scattered across the telecommunications landscape, like shards of a broken mirror. Each fragment retained some aspect of the whole, the hunger, the cunning, the ability to mimic human forms, but lacked the cohesive power we'd witnessed in that underground chamber. This should have been cause for celebration, or at least relief. Instead, it brought a new kind of dread. Before, Collector had been a focused threat, its manifestations rare but devastating. Now, it was everywhere and nowhere, its presence harder to detect, but more pervasive than ever. I explained this to Grace over coffee in her kitchen, 6 months after I delivered the news of Frank's final sacrifice. She had taken it better than I had expected, or perhaps she had simply run out of tears after losing him once before. So it's in our phones now. "Our computers?" she asked, her expression calm but her knuckles white around her coffee mug. "Not exactly," I said, choosing my words carefully. "It's more like it's in the signals themselves, the data transmissions, the wireless frequencies. It hasn't infected the devices so much as it's learned to travel alongside the information we send." Sam, now 13 and showing the same analytical mind his father had possessed, looked up from his tablet. "Like a digital parasite?" I nodded. "That's a good way to think about it." So how do we fight something like that? Grace asked. We can't exactly stop using technology. That was the question that had kept me awake for months. The collector had adapted, evolving beyond simple radio waves to the complex digital signals of the modern world. And we needed to evolve our countermeasures just as quickly. We don't stop using technology, I said. We use it against the collector, turn its new hunting ground into a battlefield where we have the advantage. That conversation led to the creation of what we eventually called the Witness Network, a loose coalition of people who had encountered the collector's fragments and survived, people who knew the truth and were willing to fight back. With Grace's expertise in software development and Sam's intuitive understanding of how the entity operated, we began developing tools to detect and disrupt the collector's digital manifestations. For 2 years, we made progress. Our network grew, identifying and neutralizing dozens of fragments before they could fully manifest and take new victims. We developed algorithms to detect the unique static signature of the collector in digital communications. We created jamming protocols that could temporarily disable infected systems without destroying the technology itself. We were winning small victories, saving lives, but the fragments were learning, adapting, and I couldn't escape the feeling that they were working towards something. Not just survival, but reunion. A new kind of nexus to replace the one lost in the Badlands. That suspicion led me to Seattle, to a tech conference showcasing the latest innovations in wireless communication. The keynote presentation promised a revolution in connectivity, a new network protocol that would unify wireless communications across all existing spectrums, from radio to cellular to satellite. Unified connectivity. The words sent a chill through me when I first read them in the conference brochure. If the collector's fragments were seeking a way to reconnect, what better vehicle than a technology designed to bridge all forms of electronic communication? The conference center was a gleaming monument to modern architecture, all glass and brushed steel and open spaces filled with light. I felt conspicuous in my worn jeans and field jacket, surrounded by tech professionals in business casual attire and excited enthusiasts in company t-shirts. My credentials identified me as Alex Connolly, technology journalist for a small digital publication, another cover identity in the growing collection I had accumulated over the years. The disguise granted me access to the presentations and demonstration areas, where companies displayed prototypes of devices designed to utilize the new protocol. The keynote was scheduled for 2 p.m. in the main auditorium. I arrived early, taking a seat near an exit, old habits from too many narrow escapes. As the room filled, I scanned the crowd, looking for anything unusual, any sign that I wasn't the only one who had recognized the potential danger of this new technology. Nothing stood out, but that didn't ease my concern. The fragments had become more sophisticated in their mimicry. Only the most careful observation could distinguish them from humans now. Subtle glitches in movement, microsecond delays in natural reactions, the occasional flicker in their form that most people would attribute to a trick of the light. At precisely 2 p.m., the lights dimmed, and a woman walked onto the stage to enthusiastic applause. Dr. Eliza Chun, the brochure had named her, lead developer of the UniNet protocol and founder of Quantum Wave Communications. She was striking, tall and poised, with short dark hair and intense eyes that seemed to take in the entire audience at once. "Thank you all for coming," she began, her voice carrying effortlessly through the auditorium. "Today we stand at the threshold of a new era in human connectivity." As she spoke about the technical specifications of UniNet, my specialized phone, modified with detection software developed by our network, began to vibrate in my pocket. An alert. Something in this room was triggering our collector detection algorithm. I slipped the phone out, keeping it partially concealed in my palm as I checked the readout. The signal was diffuse, not centered on any specific location, almost as if. I looked up at the massive screens behind Dr. Chun, displaying animated graphics of signal waves converging and unifying. The detection software was highlighting the screens themselves, the presentation, the very concept being introduced to the world. UniNet wasn't just a potential conduit for the collector's fragments. It was designed by them, or at least influenced by them. I studied Dr. Chun more carefully as she continued her presentation, looking for any sign that she herself might be a manifestation of the collector. She showed none of the subtle tells I'd learned to recognize, moved with natural human fluidity, responded to audience reactions with appropriate timing. Either she was human, or the fragments had achieved a level of mimicry beyond our ability to detect. The true revolution of Uninet, she was saying, isn't just the unification of wireless spectrums, but the adaptive learning algorithm at its core. Uninet doesn't just transmit data. It learns from it, optimizing pathways, anticipating needs, creating connections that never existed before. A cold weight settled in my stomach, a self-learning communication protocol that could create new connections across all frequencies. It was perfect, not just a conduit for the fragments, but potentially a new kind of nexus, one that couldn't be destroyed by collapsing a single physical location. I needed to get backstage, to access the demonstration systems, to find evidence of the collector's influence before this technology was released to the world. But as I began to formulate a plan, Dr. Chen's next words froze me in place. To demonstrate Uninet's revolutionary capability, we've prepared something special, a connection not just across space, but across the barriers that have traditionally limited human communication. The screens behind her darkened, then filled with what appeared to be static, not the visual noise of a disconnected television, but a more structured pattern, almost like flowing water rendered in black and white pixels. What you're seeing, Dr. Chen explained, her voice taking on an almost reverent quality, is a visualization of what we call the between space, the carrier realm that exists in the gaps between traditional frequencies. Uninet can access this space, use it as a superhighway for data transmission. The between space, the twilight realm, the collector's domain, repackaged as a technological breakthrough. My phone was vibrating continuously now, the detection algorithm overwhelmed by what it was sensing. Around me, other devices were reacting as well, phones chirping with unexpected notifications, tablets turning on without being touched, smartwatches vibrating against wrists. On stage, Dr. Chen smiled at the audience's murmurs of surprise. Yes, Uninet is already reaching out, recognizing compatible devices in this room. But this is just the beginning. She pressed a control on the podium. Let me show you what true connectivity looks like. The static on the screens changed, resolving into what appeared to be a face, indistinct, formed from the flowing patterns, more suggestion than detail. A collective gasp went through the audience. This is not a pre-recorded image, Dr. Chen assured us. This is a live connection to someone who exists within the between space. Someone who has been trying to reach us for a very long time. The face became clearer, features emerging from the static, and with a shock that felt like ice water in my veins, I recognized it. Frank Burnett stared out at the auditorium from the screens, his expression a mixture of pain and resignation. But it wasn't truly Frank. I had seen his final sacrifice, had heard his last words. This was the collector, using his form, his memories, to establish credibility for its invasion. "Hello," said the thing wearing Frank's face, its voice emerging from every speaker in the auditorium. "I've been waiting for this moment for a very long time." People were standing now, phones raised to record the historic moment, unaware of the danger manifesting before them. I remained seated, frozen in horror, but forcing my mind to work, to find a solution before it was too late. The detection software. It was designed to identify the collector's signature. We had also built disruption protocols, code that could generate counter-frequencies to temporarily disable infected systems. Would it work against something of this scale? I had no idea, but it was the only option I had. As discreetly as possible, I activated the disruption program on my phone, setting it to maximum intensity. The device grew hot in my hand as it generated the complex countersignal, broadcasting it toward the stage and the massive screens displaying Frank's face. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, almost imperceptibly, the image began to glitch. Tiny interruptions in the flow of the static, momentary fractures in the cohesion of the face. Dr. Chen frowned, tapping at controls on her podium. "We seem to be experiencing some interference," she said smoothly. "Just a moment while we isolate and eliminate it." The face on the screen turned, its gaze sweeping across the audience until it seemed to lock directly onto me. A smile spread across features that had once belonged to my friend. "Hello, Alex," said the collector through Frank's stolen voice, audible to the entire auditorium. "Still trying to disrupt the signal? Some connections can't be broken so easily." Hundreds of faces turned in my direction, confusion and curiosity on their features. Dr. Chun was staring at me as well, her expression shifting from surprise to something harder, colder. "Security," she said into her microphone. "We have an unauthorized disruption attempt in Section C, Row 15. I had seconds before security personnel reached me. Not enough time to explain, to convince anyone of the danger. Not enough time to stop what was happening, but perhaps enough time to gather evidence, to send a warning to the network. I stood, making no attempt to flee. That would only confirm my guilt in the eyes of security and the audience. Instead, I raised my phone higher, openly recording the screens and Dr. Chen's reaction. "What are you bringing through that connection?" I called out, my voice carrying in the sudden quiet. "Everyone here deserves to know what's on the other side of your between space before you connect it to every wireless device on the planet." Dr. Chen's expression hardened further, but she maintained her professional composure. "Security, please escort this person out. To everyone else, I apologize for the interruption. This individual appears to be associated with the Luddite group opposed to technological advancement." 2 security guards reached my row, moving toward me with determined expressions. I continued recording, speaking clearly from my phone's microphone. "The Uninet protocol is compromised. It's designed to create a permanent gateway for an entity that has been abducting people for decades. Check the missing persons records in any town where Quantum Wave has conducted tests." The security guards reached me, each taking one of my arms in firm grips. I didn't resist as they began to escort me toward the exit, but I kept my phone recording, kept my eyes on the massive screen where the face and the static watched my removal with that stolen smile. Just before the doors closed behind me, I heard Dr. Chen's voice resume the presentation. As I was saying, Uninet represents the future of connectivity, a future where no signal is ever truly lost, when no voice goes unheard, where the barriers between worlds become meaningless. In the hallway outside, the security guards released my arms, but made it clear I was to leave the premises immediately. I complied, walking calmly toward the exit while my mind raced through options. I needed to get this recording to Grace, to the network. We needed to expose Quantum Wave, to delay the release of Uninet while we found a way to purge the collector's influence from the protocol. As I pushed through the glass doors into the Seattle afternoon, my phone rang, Grace's secure number appearing on the screen. I answered immediately. "I just got your emergency broadcast," she said without preamble. "The alert system you built into the disruption protocol. Is it really happening? Is it really using Frank's image?" "Yes," I confirmed, moving quickly toward my rental car in the parking garage. "It's happening now. They're calling it Uninet, a universal connectivity protocol, but it's a gateway, a new nexus, distributed across every device that adopts the standard." Grace's breath caught audibly. "How long do we have?" "The commercial release is scheduled for next month, but they're already running demonstration systems. We need to act now, Grace. Tonight." There was a brief silence. Then her voice returned, stronger and more determined. "Come home. We've been developing something that might help. A kill switch for infected systems." I drove straight to the airport, abandoning the rental car in short-term parking and catching the first available flight back to Millfield. During the journey, I reviewed the recording I'd made, looking for any detail that might help us understand what we were facing. The footage was clear enough, Frank's face in the static, Dr. Chen's presentation, the reaction when the system identified me. But there was something else too, something I hadn't noticed in the moment. In the background of some frames, barely visible behind Dr. Chun, a figure stood in the shadows backstage, a figure that shifted and glitched even in the stable recording, its form never quite resolving into anything definite. Not a fragment, I realized with growing dread. Something new, something that existed between digital and physical reality, neither fully manifested nor merely a transmission. The collector was evolving again, finding new ways to bridge the gap between its realm and ours. By the time I landed in Millfield, it was close to midnight. Grace met me at the airport, Sam waiting in the car outside. They looked tired but focused, the kind of determination that comes from understanding exactly how dire the situation has become. "Show me what you've got," I said as we drove through the quiet streets of our small town. Grace nodded to Sam, who opened a laptop on his knees. "We've been monitoring unusual transmission patterns for months," he explained, bringing up a series of graphs and maps. "At first, we thought we were tracking individual fragments of the collector, but then we noticed something." He pointed to clustered points on a map of North America. "These are locations where we detected the collector's signature in local networks. Notice anything?" I studied the pattern. The points formed a loose network across the continent, with higher concentrations around certain cities, including Seattle. They're connected somehow, not randomly distributed. "Exactly," Sam continued. "They're forming a mesh network. Each point serves as a relay, strengthening the others, and they all connect back to this." He switched to another screen, showing a corporate campus nestled against the mountains outside Seattle. "Quantum Wave Communications," I said. "Dr. Chen's company. The headquarters and main research facility," Grace confirmed. "We think it's the physical anchor for whatever is coming through. Not a natural nexus like the cave system, but something they built deliberately." "A doorway," Sam added quietly. "They're building a doorway." I absorbed this information as we pulled into the driveway of Grace's home, Frank's home, still in many ways, the place where our resistance against the collector had begun years ago. Inside, Grace led me to what had once been Frank's workshop in the basement. It had evolved over the years into a sophisticated electronics lab where she and Sam had continued Frank's work in his absence. Workbenches lined the walls, covered with circuit boards, antenna arrays, and specialized equipment I couldn't identify. In the center of the room stood what appeared to be a server rack, filled with custom-built hardware units connected to a massive array of cooling systems. Green and blue lights flickered across the units, reflecting in the polished concrete floor. "This is the kill switch," I asked, approaching the imposing assembly. "We call it the Disruptor," Grace said. "It's based on Frank's original jammer design, but significantly more powerful and focused. Instead of creating general disruption across all frequencies, it targets specific transmission patterns, the unique signature of the collector's manifestations. We've been testing it on smaller fragments," Sam added. "It works, but has limitations. Range is the biggest issue. It's only effective within about a mile radius, and power consumption is massive. We can't run it for more than an hour before overheating." I walked around the device, examining the intricate construction. "So we need to get this close to the quantum wave facility." Grace nodded. "That's part of the plan, but there's something else you need to see first." She moved to a workbench in the corner and lifted a cloth covering what appeared to be a modified virtual reality headset. But instead of the sleek commercial design of consumer VR equipment, this was clearly custom-built, with additional sensors, processors, and what looked like miniature versions of the Disruptor's antenna array. "What is this?" I asked, already suspecting the answer. "A bridge," Grace said simply. "Or more accurately, a window. It lets us see into the between space without creating a two-way connection. We can observe without being observed." I picked up the device, turning it over in my hands. "You've tested it." Sam and Grace exchanged a look. "Yes," Sam said. "We've seen things, places, that don't exist in our reality. And people, too. Hundreds of them, wandering through a landscape made of static and shadow. The collector's victims," I said. "The ones we haven't been able to bring back." Grace nodded, her expression grim. "And something else. Something at the center of it all. We couldn't see it clearly. The device can't penetrate that deeply into the between space without risking detection. But it's there, growing stronger as more fragments reconnect." "The collector itself," I said. "The core entity." "We think so," Grace agreed. "And we think the Uninet protocol is designed to provide it with a direct passage into our world. not just manifestations or fragments, but the entire entity, unchained from the limitations of the between space. The implications were staggering. The fragments we'd been fighting for years were just echoes, reflections of something far more powerful. If the core entity were to fully manifest in our world, how soon can we move on quantum wave? I asked. We're ready now, Grace said. The disruptor is portable barely. We've modified a van with the necessary power systems. Sam has mapped their security protocols, using their own tech against them. We can get close enough to deploy the disruptor. I looked at Sam, seeing not the child he had been when this started, but the young man he had become, shaped by knowledge no child should have to bear, hardened by a war most of the world didn't know was being fought. I should go alone, I said. You've both done your part, built the weapons we need. Let me be the one to carry them into battle. Grace shook her head firmly. No, we'd owe this together, as a family. Frank would have wanted it that way. Dad would have been there himself, Sam said, his voice steady. Since he can't be, we go in his place. All of us. I wanted to argue, to protect them from the danger ahead, but they were right. This was their fight as much as mine. Frank's sacrifice had bought us time, but it hadn't ended the war. That responsibility had passed to all of us. All right, I conceded. Together, but we need a solid plan. If the collector is as integrated into quantum wave systems as we think, it will know we're coming. Grace smiled grimly. That's counting on it. Sometimes the best way to win isn't stealth, but moving faster than your enemy can react. We spent the next few hours finalizing our strategy, checking equipment, preparing for every contingency we could imagine. None of us voiced the obvious truth, that we were almost certainly walking into a trap, that the collector, with its ability to manipulate electronic communications, had probably been aware of our plans since I'd first activated the disruption protocol at the conference. But sometimes knowing you're walking into a trap is its own advantage. The collector would be expecting us to try to avoid detection, to find a clever way around its defenses. It wouldn't expect a direct assault. As dawn broke over Millfield, we loaded the disruptor into the modified van and began the long drive west. 1,200 miles to Seattle, 18 hours of driving, taking shifts to avoid stopping except for fuel. During the journey, I wore the modified headset briefly, glimpsing the between space for myself. It was both exactly as I had imagined from Frank's descriptions and somehow more disturbing. A realm of perpetual twilight where nothing was solid, where shadows moved with purpose and static form patterns that almost resembled writing in some alien language. And I saw them, the wandering souls, hundreds of them, moving through that formless landscape with the slow, purposeless gait of the eternally lost. Some were recent, their forms still relatively distinct, features recognizable. Others had been there much longer, their humanity worn away by time and the collector's feeding until they were little more than humanoid outlines filled with static. I searched for Frank among them, but saw no sign of him. Whether that meant he had truly been consumed by the collector or had somehow escaped its realm remained unknown. After less than 5 minutes of observation, I had to remove the headset, my mind reeling from exposure to that impossible place. How had Frank endured a year there? How did these lost souls continue their existence in such a reality? We reached Seattle just after midnight, parking several blocks from the quantum wave facility in an industrial area where our modified van wouldn't attract immediate attention. From our vantage point, we could see the campus, darkened now except for security lighting, its modernist buildings clustered around a central structure that resembled a massive satellite dish pointed at the sky. That's it, Grace said, studying the facility through night vision binoculars. The receiver array. It's designed to capture and amplify signals from the between space. Security, I asked. Sam was monitoring his laptop, which displayed feeds from the facility's own security cameras, access he'd gained by exploiting vulnerabilities in their network. Standard patrol pattern. Guards make rounds every 20 minutes. Electronic surveillance throughout, but I can create a blind spot for about 30 seconds before the system auto-recovers. I nodded. That should be enough time to get through the perimeter fence. Then we make straight for the central building. No detours, no hesitation. Grace handed out our remaining equipment. Specialized jammers worn like wrist watches that would disrupt any nearby surveillance devices, communications headsets that operated on frequencies the collector had difficulty accessing, and, as a last resort, emergency flares that could temporarily blind both electronic sensors and any manifested forms of the entity. Once we're inside, she explained, we need to get the disruptor to the main control room beneath the array. That's where the gateway hardware is located. The disruptor needs to be within 50 feet of the primary systems to be fully effective. And if we encounter Dr. Chun or any other quantum wave personnel? Sam asked. We avoid engagement if possible, I said firmly. We don't know who's working willingly with the collector and who's being manipulated. Our target is the technology, not the people. With our roles clear and our equipment checked one final time, we began moving toward the facility. Sam created the promised blind spot in the security system, and we quickly cut through the perimeter fence, slipping onto the grounds without triggering any immediate alarms. The disruptor was the challenging element, weighing nearly 200 pounds even in its portable configuration. We'd mounted it on a modified equipment cart with reinforced, noise-dampening wheels. Grace and I pulled it between us while Sam guided us through the blind spots he created in the security system. We made it to the central building without incident, almost too easily, which raised my suspicions immediately. Either our preparations had been more thorough than I had given us credit for, or we were being allowed to enter. Inside the void, the central building of Quantum Wave's facility was eerily quiet as we made our way through darkened corridors, the disruptor's wheels making only the faintest whisper against the polished floors. The building's interior was ultra-modern, open-concept spaces, glass-walled offices, and minimalist furnishings that seemed more suited to a high-end design magazine than a tech company's research facility. The main access to the control center should be just ahead, Sam whispered, consulting a digital blueprint on his tablet. Elevator to sub-level 3. We approached the elevator bank, and I felt a familiar prickling sensation at the back of my neck. The same feeling I had experienced in the presence of the collector's manifestations. The air seemed to thicken, carrying a subtle electric charge that made the fine hairs on my arms stand on end. We're being watched, I murmured to Grace. She nodded, her expression grim. I feel it too. The elevator doors opened as we approached, though none of us had pressed the call button. Inside, the car was empty, but the button for sub-level 3 was already illuminated. It's inviting us down, Sam said, his voice steady despite the obvious trap. Do we have a choice? Grace asked. I considered our options. We could try to find stairs, another way down, but it would know that too. I think our best approach is still direct confrontation. With a collective breath of resolution, we wheeled the disruptor into the elevator. The doors closed silently behind us, and we began our descent. Power up the preliminary defenses, I instructed. Whatever's waiting for us down there, we don't want to give it time to react. Grace and Sam activated the personal jammers on our wrists, creating a small bubble of disruption around each of us. Not enough to harm the collector, but sufficient to prevent immediate digital possession or direct mental influence. I removed a small device from my pocket, a miniaturized version of our detection equipment, and watched as its indicators immediately redlined. The concentration is massive, I said quietly. The entire sublevel must be saturated with the collector's presence. The elevator slowed to a stop, but the doors didn't immediately open. Instead, a voice emerged from a speaker system, Dr. Chen's voice, but with subtle wrongness that confirmed my suspicions about her true nature. Welcome to Quantum Wave, Mr. Connolly. And the Burnett family, too. How appropriate. We've been expecting you. Then you know why we're here, I replied, addressing the empty air. This ends tonight. A soft laugh, more disturbing for its almost human quality. Nothing ends tonight. Tonight is a beginning, the culmination of decades of preparation. Did you really think your primitive disruption technology could stop what's coming? The elevator door slid open, revealing a vast circular chamber dominated by banks of servers and workstations arranged in concentric rings around a central platform. Above the platform, a shaft extended upward, presumably connecting to the satellite dish-like structure we'd seen from outside. And on that platform stood Dr. Chun, flanked by what at first glance appeared to be security personnel, 4 men and women in quantum wave uniforms. But their movements were too synchronized, their postures too identical, and their eyes glowed faintly in the dimness of the chamber, reflecting the blue light of monitoring screens with an intensity that was distinctly inhuman. "The disruptor," I whispered to Grace and Sam. "Get into position. I'll keep them talking." I stepped forward from the elevator, drawing attention to myself while Grace and Sam began maneuvering the cart toward the optimal position Sam had identified in his research, a spot equidistant from the primary server banks, where the disruption field would have maximum impact. "So you're not Dr. Chun," I said, addressing the woman on the platform. "You're just wearing her, like you wore Mrs. Abernathy all those years ago. Does the real Eliza Chun still exist somewhere in the between space? Or did you consume her completely?" The figure smiled with Dr. Chen's face, but the expression held none of the warmth or naturalism I'd seen in the conference presentation. "You still think in such limited terms, Alex. Wearing, consuming, as if we remained separate entities. Eliza Chen invited us in. She understood the potential of true communion between realms. She is part of us now, as your friend Frank is part of us, as you could be." "Hard pass," I said, continuing to draw her attention as Grace and Sam moved the disruptor into position behind one of the server banks. "I've seen what your communion really means. Trapped consciousness, feeding a parasite from another dimension. Not exactly an appealing retirement plan. Such primitive metaphors." Nachin sighed. "We don't feed on consciousness, Alex. We preserve it. Your kind burns through your brief existence, your experiences and memories dying with your physical forms. We offer continuity, permanence. Through us, nothing is ever truly lost." I'd heard this justification before in various forms, from other manifestations of the Collector. The entity genuinely seemed to believe it was offering something valuable, unable or unwilling to recognize the horror of its true nature. "If that's true," I challenged, "then prove it. Let me speak to the real Frank Burnett, not your imitation, not the echo you used at the conference, the actual consciousness you claim to have preserved." Nachin's smile widened, becoming something predatory. "Of course." She gestured toward one of the security personnel, who stepped forward with unnatural fluidity. As I watched, the figure's features began to shift, melting and reforming until Frank's face emerged from the anonymous security uniform. "Alex," it said in Frank's voice, still the same stubborn, self-righteous crusader. I stared at the thing wearing my friend's face, looking for any sign that some part of the real Frank might remain. "Prove you're really him. Tell me something only Frank would know." The Frank thing laughed, a perfect recreation of his distinctive chuckle. "The first time we met, you spilled coffee on my research notes. You were so apologetic that I ended up having to buy you a drink just to calm you down. 3 beers later, you started telling me about the voices you'd heard through an old radio, and instead of calling you crazy, I showed you my collection of similar accounts going back decades. The memory was accurate, precisely as it had happened, but that didn't mean this was truly Frank. The Collector had access to his memories, could recreate any experience from his life with perfect fidelity. That doesn't prove anything," I said. "You've ransacked his memories. That doesn't make you him." "Then what would convince you?" the Frank thing asked, spreading its hands in a gesture that was painfully familiar. "What arbitrary test do I need to pass to prove my continued existence? Should I tell you about Grace's favorite breakfast that only I know how to make properly? Should I remind you of the promise you made to me the night before the radio station that you've kept all these years? What would be enough, Alex?" I had no answer. That was the true horror of the Collector, its ability to so perfectly mimic those it had taken that even those closest to them couldn't distinguish the reproduction from the original. If some essence of Frank truly did continue within the Collector's domain, how could I possibly know? From the corner of my eye, I saw Grace and Sam had positioned the disruptor and were making final adjustments to its targeting systems. I needed to keep the entities distracted for just a few more moments. Even if what you're saying is true, I said, addressing Nachin again. Even if you preserve consciousness rather than consuming it, you still take people against their will. You still tear them from their lives, their loved ones, their world. A temporary separation, Nachin said dismissively. Once Uninet is fully implemented, the barriers between realms will dissolve. The physical and digital worlds will merge with the between space. There will be no more separation, no more loss. Only continuous, unified existence across all domains. You're talking about the end of humanity as we know it, I said, genuine horror in my voice. The end of physical reality. We're talking about evolution, the Frank thing interjected. The next step for both our kinds. You've seen how fragmented and broken existence has become in your world. People more connected than ever through technology, yet more isolated than at any point in human history. We offer true connection, true unity. Behind me, I heard Grace's whispered countdown through our comm system. 3, 2, 1. Unity sounds great in theory, I said, bracing myself, but I've always been more of an individualist. Grace activated the disruptor. The effect was immediate and catastrophic. A wave of disruption energy pulsed outward from the device, visible as a rippling distortion in the air. When it struck the server banks, cascading system failures spread like falling dominoes, screens flickering and dying, power systems shorting out in showers of sparks, cooling systems failing with hisses of escaping gas. Nachin screamed, a sound no human throat could produce, multi-layered and modulating across frequencies that made my teeth vibrate and my vision blur. The security personnel collapsed like puppets with cut strings, their borrowed forms dissolving into pixelated static that scattered across the floor before fading away. The Frank thing staggered but remained intact, its form flickering between Frank's appearance and something else, a writhing mass of static that only approximately retained human shape. It turned to me, and through the distortion, I saw its eyes, not Frank's warm brown eyes, but voids filled with the same swirling patterns we'd seen in the between space. This changes nothing, it said, its voice warping between Frank's familiar tones and something ancient and inhuman. You've destroyed one gateway. We have others. Nachin had fallen to her knees on the platform, her form destabilizing even more dramatically than the Frank thing's. Parts of her seemed to be tearing away, revealing glimpses of that twilight realm through the ruptures in her physical form. The array, she gasped, her voice distorting. Activate the array. She reached for a control panel on the platform, but Grace was faster, vaulting over a disabled server bank and tackling her before she could reach it. They went down in a tangle of limbs, Grace fighting with desperate strength against a being that only partially existed in our physical reality. Sam, help your mother, I shouted, rushing toward the Frank thing, which was moving with terrible purpose toward the disruptor itself. Sam ran to Grace's aid while I intercepted the entity that had stolen my friend's form. It turned to face me, Frank's features reasserting themselves, becoming more solid and defined even as the disruption field should have been weakening its manifestation. It won't work, Alex, it said, sounding exactly like Frank in his most reasonable, persuasive tone. The disruptor is based on my original designs. Did you really think I wouldn't build in vulnerabilities, fail-safes that could be activated if necessary? A cold weight dropped into my stomach. Frank would have done exactly that, created emergency overrides for any technology that might be dangerous if misused. It was his natural caution, his engineer's foresight. You're lying, I said, but without conviction. The Frank thing smiled sadly, the expression so painfully familiar. You know I'm not. In about 30 seconds, the disruptor will experience a catastrophic feedback loop. Instead of disrupting the collector's signal, it will amplify it, creating a permanent breach between realms. Exactly what we've been working toward. I looked at the disruptor, its lights blinking in what had seemed to be a normal operational pattern. But now I could see subtle changes. Indicators shifting from green to amber, power levels rising beyond their intended parameters. Behind me, Grace was still struggling with the Nachin entity, while Sam had reached the central platform and was frantically working at one of the few operational computer terminals, trying to prevent the satellite array from activating. I can save them, the Frank thing said softly. When the breach opens fully, when the between space floods into this reality, most humans won't survive the transition. Their minds will shatter under the strain of perceiving multiple dimensions simultaneously. But Grace and Sam, I can protect them. I can ensure they survive. Just step aside, Alex. Let it happen. For a horrible moment, I wavered. The thing before me looked and sounded so much like my friend, and the offer was tempting. If the breach was truly inevitable, wouldn't saving Grace and Sam be the best remaining option? Then I saw it, the subtle wrongness in the entity's eyes, a calculation that Frank would never have made. Frank would never sacrifice countless lives to save his family. He would find another way. He always found another way. There's one problem with your plan, I said, reaching slowly into my jacket pocket. You're not Frank. Frank Burnett died saving people from exactly the fate you're describing, and he left us a contingency for this exact scenario. The entity's expression shifted from confidence to uncertainty. What are you talking about? I pulled out a small device, one of Frank's earliest prototypes, modified by Grace and kept as a last resort. Frank called it the Purger, designed specifically to target the unique frequency signature of the collector's core consciousness. Fear flickered across the entity's stolen features. That's impossible. Such targeted disruption would require a sample of the core entity itself, I finished, which we got 3 years ago in the Badlands. A fragment of the collector's primary form, preserved in a quantum-isolated container. The perfect tuning fork to find your specific resonance frequency. This was the secret weapon we had never deployed, never even spoken of outside our innermost circle. Frank had collected the sample during his time in the between space, somehow smuggling it back during the final confrontation. Grace had spent years analyzing it, developing the specialized disruption pattern that could target the collector's core consciousness without affecting other electronic systems. We had never used it because of the risk. Deploying the Purger might destroy the fragments, but it could also destroy any human consciousness still preserved within the collector's domain. It was a final solution, only to be considered when all other options had failed. That moment had come. The Frank thing lunged for me, its form shifting from human to something monstrous, limbs elongating, features dissolving into static, movements becoming jerky and impossible. I dodged, rolling across the floor and coming up beside the increasingly unstable disruptor. Grace, Sam, Protocol Omega. I shouted our prearranged signal for the most desperate contingency. They reacted instantly. Grace broke away from the Notchin entity, which was now barely maintaining human form, and ran toward the exit. Sam abandoned the computer terminal and followed her, both understanding what was about to happen. I attached the Purger to the disruptor, integrating the targeted disruption pattern with the device's much more powerful broadcast capability. The combination would create a pulse that would specifically attack the collector's core consciousness, wherever it existed in our reality or the between space. The Frank thing screeched, the sound shredding the air itself, tearing holes in reality, through which I glimpsed the twilight landscape of the between space. It rushed toward me with inhuman speed, but I had already activated the integration sequence. This is for the real Frank, I said, and pressed the final activation button. The combined devices emitted a high-pitched whine, building rapidly in intensity as the Purger's disruption pattern synchronized with the disruptor's broadcast system. The Frank thing reached me just as the devices reached critical synchronization, its distorted hands closing around my throat. "You'll die with us," it hissed, its voice no longer anything like Frank's. "If that's what it takes." I managed to gasp as spots appeared before my eyes. The synchronized devices reached their peak and released a pulse unlike anything I'd ever experienced. Not a visible or audible wave, but something that seemed to pass through the very fabric of reality itself. For an instant, I perceived dimensions beyond the three we typically inhabit, saw connections between points that should have been separated by impossible distances. The Frank thing's grip loosened as its form began to dissolve, not into static this time, but into something else. Fragments of pure information breaking apart and scattering like dust in a digital wind. All around the chamber, the remnants of the other entities were experiencing the same dissolution. Through the ruptures in reality, I could see the effect spreading into the between space, a wave of dissolution sweeping across the twilight realm, and within it, hundreds of human figures suddenly stood straighter, their forms becoming more defined, more solid. The souls trapped in the collector's domain were being freed, but the combined devices were destabilizing. The energy they were channeling too powerful for their physical components. The disruptor was beginning to melt, its casing warping and bubbling as internal components fused and shorted. I needed to get out, to reach the elevator before the inevitable explosion, but my limbs felt leaden, my consciousness fading. The pulse that was destroying the collector was affecting me too. Perhaps because I had been exposed to the entity so many times. Perhaps because the human mind was never meant to perceive the dimensions I had glimpsed. Through dimming vision, I saw Grace and Sam in the elevator doorway. Grace restrained by Sam as she desperately tried to come back for me. I waved them away, using the last of my strength to trigger the emergency protocols in my personal jammer, sending a command that would force the elevator doors to close and return them to the surface. The last thing I saw before losing consciousness was the elevator doors sliding shut, taking Grace and Sam to safety. Then darkness claimed me as the devices reached critical failure. I didn't expect to wake up. When consciousness returned, I found myself lying not on the floor of Quantum Wave's subterranean chamber, but on a gray featureless plane stretching to infinity in all directions. The twilight realm, the between space. I sat up slowly, expecting pain that didn't come. My body, if it could be called a body in this place, seemed intact, though slightly transparent when I held my hand before my face. Interdimensional displacement, said a familiar voice beside me. Your consciousness was caught in the pulse wave and carried here when your physical body was destroyed. I turned to find Frank Burnett, the real Frank I knew immediately, sitting cross-legged on the featureless ground. He looked exactly as he had the day he disappeared, not the aged version the collector had shown at the radio station, nor the mimicry I had confronted in the Quantum Wave facility. Am I dead? I asked. Frank tilted his head, considering. Not exactly. Your physical form in our original reality is gone, yes, but consciousness is more persistent than most people realize, particularly consciousness that has been exposed to multiple dimensional translocation events, as yours has. I looked around at the gray emptiness, so I'm trapped here, in the between space. For now, Frank said, but things are changing. The Purger did more than destroy the Collector's consciousness. It destabilized the barriers between dimensions. The between space is collapsing, reverting to its natural state as a transitional realm rather than a permanent one. And the other souls, the people who were trapped here. Frank smiled. Look, he pointed across the plain, where I could now see hundreds of figures, humans of all ages and from all time periods. Some I recognized from missing persons files, others complete strangers. They were gathered in groups, talking, embracing, some simply standing alone with expressions of peace I wouldn't have expected in this place. They're free, Frank explained. As the between space collapses, they'll transition naturally to wherever consciousness goes when it's no longer bound to physical form. Some might call it an afterlife. I prefer to think of it as the next evolutionary stage. What about you? I asked. Why are you still here? Someone needed to wait for you, he said simply, to explain, to say goodbye properly this time, and to thank you. You finished what I started, Alex. You saved countless lives, not just those who would have been taken, but those who had been trapped here for decades, centuries in some cases. The reality of what had happened was beginning to sink in. Grace and Sam. Safe, Frank assured me. The elevator reached the surface before the explosion. They'll mourn you, but they'll understand what you did and why. They'll continue the work, monitoring for any fragments that might have escaped the Purger, helping those who return. People are returning? Frank nodded. Some, yes. Those most recently taken, whose physical bodies still exist in our world. They're being drawn back, their consciousness reuniting with their original forms. It's causing quite a stir in medical communities around the world. Miraculous awakenings from comas, missing persons turning up with no memory of where they've been. A weight I'd carried for years began to lift from my shoulders. We'd done it. We'd not only prevented the collector from fully entering our world, but freed those it had already taken. The cost had been high, my life, Frank's life, countless others over the years, but the victory was real. What happens now? I asked. The gray landscape around us shimmered, parts of it fading into transparency, revealing glimpses of other realms beyond, some recognizable, others utterly alien. Now we move on, Frank said, standing and offering his hand to help me up. The between space is collapsing, and we need to choose a direction. We can go back and away, not to our physical forms, but as what some cultures might call spirits or ghosts. We could watch over Grace and Sam, try to communicate through dreams or intuitions. Or he gestured toward one of the fading boundaries, through which I could see something that defied description, a realm of pure consciousness, of energy and information unfettered by physical limitations. We can go forward, he continued, into whatever comes next. Personally, I've always been curious about what's on the other side. I considered the options. Part of me wanted to go back, to find some way to let Grace and Sam know I was still here in some form, to continue helping them fight whatever fragments of the collector might have survived. But another part recognized that my journey in that world had reached its natural conclusion. Like Frank, I had always been driven by curiosity, by the need to understand what existed beyond the boundaries of conventional knowledge. And now, having glimpsed dimensions beyond our own, the choice seemed clear. Forward, I said, taking Frank's offered hand. Let's see what's next. Frank smiled, and together we walked toward the dissolving boundary, leaving the between space and its gray emptiness behind. Ahead lay something new, something unknown but filled with possibility. As we crossed the threshold, I felt myself changing, expanding, my consciousness merging with something larger. The last of my human concerns fell away, replaced by understanding that would have been impossible to grasp in my previous form. I had spent years fighting to save humanity from an entity that existed beyond normal reality. Now I was entering that realm myself, not as a victim, but as an explorer, not ending, but becoming. And somewhere, in a reality that now seemed distant but fondly remembered, Grace and Sam Burnett continued the work we had begun, standing watch against the darkness that lived in the static of the collector itself. Only fragments remained, echoes of an echo, scattered across the digital landscape of Earth. Perhaps someday those fragments would find each other and begin to coalesce again. Perhaps new entities from other dimensions would discover the pathway the collector had pioneered and attempt their own incursions. But humanity was now aware, if only through a small network of witnesses who understood the true nature of the threat. Technology would continue to evolve, to create new connections between people and new vulnerabilities to exploitation from beyond. The eternal dance of progress and peril would continue, and in the spaces between frequencies, in the static that exists in the background of all communication, something might still be listening, something might still be watching, something might still be waiting for another chance to break through. But that was a concern for another generation of guardians. My journey had taken me beyond such earthly worries, into realms where consciousness existed without form, where information flowed freely across dimensional barriers, where the very concepts of self and other began to dissolve. I had become something new, something more, and somewhere in the static, the voice of Alex Connolly still whispers a warning to those who know how to listen. Be careful what frequencies you tune to. Be mindful of the spaces between stations. And if you ever hear voices in the static that know your name, that tell you secrets they shouldn't know, that offer impossible knowledge or unlikely salvation, turn it off, walk away, and never look back, because some signals are never meant to be received, some messages are never meant to be heard, and some doors, once opened, can never truly be closed again. In the war against the static, vigilance is the only true defense, and the static is always listening, always waiting, always there. Echoes in the network. Grace Burnett had never believed in ghosts. Not the traditional kind, anyway. As a software engineer and the widow of a man who had dedicated his life to studying interdimensional entities, She understood that what most people called supernatural phenomena were often just manifestations of forces that science hadn't yet categorized. But in the 3 years since Alex Connolly's sacrifice at the quantum wave facility, she had begun to question her certainty. The dreams had started 6 months after the incident, vivid, sequential dreams where Alex and Frank spoke to her from what seemed to be the other side of a translucent barrier. They weren't the fragmented, symbolic dreams of normal sleep cycles. These were structured, coherent conversations that continued night after night, building on previous information. They're not dreams, Sam insisted over breakfast, now 16 and showing the same intensity that had characterized his father. They're communications. Grace sipped her coffee, regarding her son with a mixture of pride and concern. Sam had grown up too fast, forced into maturity by circumstances no child should have to face. He had his father's analytical mind and Alex's stubborn determination, a combination that made him both brilliant and sometimes reckless. Even if they are, she said carefully, we need to be cautious about how we interpret them. The collector used our memories against us before. Sam shook his head, pushing aside his half-eaten toast. It's different. The collector mimicked voices and appearances, but it couldn't recreate I don't know the essence of a person. These dreams feel real. Dad and Alex are trying to warn us about something. Grace couldn't argue with that. The dreams had taken on an increasingly urgent tone in recent weeks. Warnings about tears in the membrane, references to cross-dimensional bleeding, and repeated mentions of something called the Harvestman. The network detected another anomaly last night, Sam continued, pulling up data on his tablet. Same pattern as the others, but stronger. It's the 7th one this month. The Witness Network had evolved significantly since its inception. What had begun as a loose coalition of survivors and believers had grown into a sophisticated monitoring system tracking unusual electronic phenomena across the globe. After the quantum wave incident, Grace had redirected her considerable technical skills toward creating an automated detection grid that could identify potential manifestations of collector fragments or similar interdimensional incursions. For nearly 2 years, the network had been quiet, registering only occasional blips that investigation revealed to be false positives or negligible fragments that dispersed when confronted with even minor disruption fields. But in the past few months, something had changed. New patterns had emerged, not the familiar static signature of the collector, but something related, something that used similar frequencies, but manifested differently. Location, Grace asked, professional mode engaging as she set aside her coffee. That's the interesting part, Sam said, turning the tablet to show her a map. All 7 anomalies have occurred within a 2-mile radius of this point in northern Michigan, middle of nowhere, as far as I can tell. Closest town is a place called Everett's Crossing, population 712. Grace studied the map, noting the isolation of the area, dense forest surrounding a small lake, with only a few access roads. Any unusual communications infrastructure in the area? Radio towers? Satellite stations? Sam shook his head. Nothing official, but I found something weird when I dug deeper. He swiped to a new screen, showing property records. This entire area is owned by a company called Meridian Technologies. They bought it 3 years ago, right after the quantum wave incident. Meridian, Grace repeated, the name triggering something in her memory. Check Alex's files. I think Meridian was on his list of companies potentially connected to quantum wave. While Sam searched the encrypted database of research Alex had compiled, Grace pulled up the detection system's raw data for the latest anomaly. The pattern was indeed similar to the collector's signature, but with key differences, where the collector's manifestations had created disruptions across multiple frequencies simultaneously. This new pattern seemed to focus on narrow bands, pulsing in what almost appeared to be a deliberate sequence. Founded, Sam announced. Meridian Technologies was a subsidiary of Quantum Wave, specializing in alternative communications research. After the Seattle incident, they restructured as an independent entity. He looked up with concerned eyes. Grace, their CEO, is Dr. Marcus Chun, Eliza Chen's brother. The implications settled heavily between them. Quantum Wave had been effectively destroyed in the aftermath of the incident. Their headquarters reduced to rubble, their research confiscated by government agencies who didn't understand what they'd found, their executives facing criminal charges for the industrial accident that had claimed dozens of lives, including Alex's. But if a subsidiary had survived, had restructured under related leadership, pack your gear, Grace said decisively. We need to see what's happening in Michigan. 18 hours later, they were driving a rented SUV along a narrow forest road in Oscoda County, Michigan. The October landscape was ablaze with autumn colors, red maples, golden aspens, and evergreens providing contrast against a steel-gray sky that threatened snow. Under different circumstances, it would have been beautiful. Signals getting stronger, Sam said from the passenger seat, monitoring a modified tablet that served as a portable version of their detection system. Whatever's generating the anomaly is just ahead. Grace slowed the vehicle as they approached a gate blocking the road, heavy-duty steel with prominently displayed private property and no trespassing signs. Beyond the gate, the road continued into the forest, disappearing around a bend. End of a line for driving, she observed, pulling onto the shoulder and killing the engine. We'll have to continue on foot. They had prepared for this possibility. From the back of the SUV, they retrieved backpacks containing surveillance equipment, disruption devices, and emergency supplies. The portable disruption units weren't nearly as powerful as the one Alex had used at Quantum Wave, but they were significantly more advanced than their early prototypes, capable of targeting specific frequency patterns without affecting standard electronics. Grace checked her watch. For 17 p.m. Daylight would last another 2 hours at most. We need to be efficient. Get close enough to identify what's generating the anomaly, document everything, then retreat to formulate a proper plan. No heroics, Sam agreed solemnly. It was the promise they always made to each other before potentially dangerous operations, a recognition of how much they'd already lost. They circled around the gate, moving through the forest parallel to the road. The detection equipment led them northeast, eventually away from the road entirely and deeper into the woods. After half an hour of careful hiking, Sam held up his hand, signaling Grace to stop. We're close, he whispered, eyes on the tablet's display. Less than a quarter mile ahead. Grace nodded, and they proceeded with increased caution, moving from tree to tree and stopping frequently to listen. The forest had grown unnaturally quiet. No bird calls, no rustling of small animals in the underbrush, just the soft sigh of wind through branches and the occasional crunch of dead leaves beneath their boots. They crested a small rise, and Grace instinctively dropped to a crouch, pulling Sam down beside her. Below them, in a natural clearing surrounded by dense forest, stood a structure that had no business being in such an isolated location. A sleek, modern building of glass and steel rose from the forest floor, its architecture reminiscent of Quantum Wave's Seattle facility, but on a smaller scale. Solar panels covered the roof, and satellite dishes of various sizes were positioned at strategic points around the perimeter. Most striking was the central feature, a tower approximately 50 feet tall, supporting what appeared to be a complex antenna array, unlike any conventional communications equipment Grace had ever seen. That's not a normal antenna, Sam murmured, raising binoculars for a closer look. The configuration is all wrong. It's not designed to broadcast or receive in our dimension. Grace didn't question how her 16-year-old son could recognize interdimensional technology at a glance. Sam had been studying Frank's research since he could read, had absorbed Alex's field notes and technical journals, and had his own innate understanding of the physics involved. If he said the antenna was designed for cross-dimensional communication, she believed him. Security, she asked, scanning the perimeter. Cameras on all corners, motion sensors along the fence line, Sam reported. 2 guards visible at the main entrance, probably more inside. Grace considered their options. Their detection equipment had confirmed this facility was the source of the anomalies, but they needed more information before they could determine what kind of threat it posed and how to neutralize it. Let's circle the perimeter, she decided. Stay in the tree lane, document everything. We need to identify power sources, security blind spots, and potential entry points. They spent the next hour carefully circumnavigating the facility, staying just within the cover of the forest. Grace noted that despite the sophisticated security around the building itself, the perimeter lacked the multiple redundant systems she would have expected. It was almost as if they were more concerned about something getting out than someone getting in. As twilight deepened into dusk, lights activated around the facility, illuminating the clearing but creating deeper shadows at the forest edge. The antenna array at the top of the central tower began to glow with a soft blue light, pulsing in a pattern that matched the anomalies their system had detected. "It's powering up," Sam whispered, his eyes fixed on the tower. "Whatever they're doing, it's happening now." The pulsing quickened, the blue glow intensifying until it cast eerie shadows through the trees. Then, without warning, a beam of light shot upward from the antenna into the darkening sky. Not a searchlight or conventional beam, but a column of what appeared to be pure energy, rippling with patterns similar to the static fields they'd encountered in the Collector's manifestations. "They're opening a portal," Grace realized, horror washing through her. "They're trying to create a new nexus." The beam expanded, forming a disc-like shape approximately 50 feet above the tower. Within this disc, the night sky seemed to distort, stars visible through it shifting and blurring as if seen through running water. The disc began to rotate slowly, generating what appeared to be a vortex in the very fabric of reality. Then, from the center of this vortex, something began to emerge. At first, it was just a distortion, a darker shape within the swirling energy. But as it descended toward the tower, it resolved into a form that caused Grace's breath to catch in her throat. Not human, not even humanoid in the way the Collector's manifestations had been. This was something else entirely. A lattice-like structure of interconnected lines that seemed to exist in more dimensions than the human eye could process, constantly folding and unfolding in impossible ways. "The Harvestman," Sam breathed, recognition and fear mingling in his voice. Just like in the dreams. The entity continued its descent, the lattice structure expanding as it neared the tower. Where the Collector had mimicked human form, this entity seemed unconcerned with such pretense. Its geometry suggested a spider-like quality, hence the name, Grace supposed. But no spider had ever possessed such complex, ever-shifting architecture. As it reached the top of the tower, the entity paused, hovering just above the antenna array. The blue energy beam connected with its central mass, creating a sustained connection between the facility and the portal above. Through her binoculars, Grace could see people emerging from the building, gathering around the base of the tower and looking upward at their creation, or their summoning. "We need to disrupt that connection," Grace said, reaching for her backpack where the portable disruption devices were stored. "If that thing fully manifests in our dimension." She didn't need to finish the thought. They had both seen enough to understand the implications. Whatever the Harvestman was, its presence in our reality couldn't lead to anything good. But before Grace could deploy the disruption device, Sam grabbed her arm, pointing urgently at the gathered researchers below. "Look at their faces." Grace adjusted her binoculars, focusing on the upturned faces of the Meridian Technology staff. What she saw sent ice through her veins. Their expressions weren't excited or triumphant, as one might expect from scientists achieving a breakthrough. They were frozen in horror, mouths open in silent screams, eyes wide with terror, and as she watched, thin filaments of light, similar to the blue energy beam but darker, almost violet, extended from the Harvestman's lattice structure, connecting to the foreheads of each researcher. "It's not their project," Sam said, his voice shaking. "They're not controlling it. It's controlling them." The researchers began to convulse as the violet filaments pulsed with increasing intensity. Their bodies jerked and twisted in unnatural ways, and even from this distance, Grace could see a change overtaking them, their skin taking on a reflective quality, their movements becoming synchronized like puppets controlled by the same hand. "We have to stop it now," Grace said, pulling the primary disruption device from her pack. It was their most powerful portable unit, designed to emit a targeted disruption field that could sever interdimensional connections without harming human physiology. But as she prepared to activate it, a strange sensation washed over her, a pressure in her mind, as if something were pressing against her thoughts from the outside. Beside her, Sam gasped, his hands flying to his temples. "It knows we're here," he said through gritted teeth. "Ite consensos." The lattice structure of the harvestmen shifted, a portion of it orienting toward their position in the forest. Grace felt the mental pressure intensify, becoming painful, not just discomfort, but an invasive probe attempting to penetrate her consciousness. She activated the disruption device without further hesitation. The unit emitted a high-pitched whine as it powered up, then released a pulse of invisible energy targeted at the specific frequency pattern they detected in the anomalies. The effect was immediate, but not what they'd hoped for. The connection between the harvestmen and the researchers wavered momentarily, the violet filaments flickering. But instead of severing the connection entirely, the disruption seemed to agitate the entity. The lattice structure contorted in ways that hurt to look at, folding through dimensions that shouldn't have been visible to human eyes. And then it focused its full attention on them. The mental pressure became excruciating, 1,000 needles driving into Grace's brain simultaneously. She heard Sam cry out beside her, and through watering eyes, she saw him fall to his knees, blood trickling from his nose. The disruption device in her hands grew hot, its systems overloading as it tried to counter a force far beyond its design parameters. "Run," Grace managed, pulling Sam to his feet, back to the car. Now, they stumbled through the darkening forest, the mental assault making it difficult to focus, to maintain balance, to remember which direction led to safety. Behind them, Grace heard movement, not just people pursuing them, but something else, something that made the very air seem to warp and distort as it passed. The disruption device was failing, its case now too hot to hold comfortably. As a last desperate measure, Grace adjusted its settings to maximum output with no targeting constraints, a modification that would burn out the device completely, but might buy them enough time to escape. She dropped the overloading device in their wake and pulled Sam onward, ignoring the pain that threatened to split her skull. Seconds later, the forest behind them lit up with a brilliant flash as the device released all its energy at once. The mental pressure vanished abruptly, and Grace heard an unearthly sound, not quite a screech, not quite a mechanical failure, but something between the two, suggesting pain in a being that shouldn't have been capable of such sensation. They ran without looking back, following the route they'd mapped earlier, desperate to reach the road and their vehicle beyond. The forest that had been unnaturally quiet before was now alive with sound, branches breaking, undergrowth crushing, and a strange rhythmic clicking that seemed to come from all directions at once. When they finally reached the road, Grace was supporting Sam, whose strength was failing as blood continued to leak from his nose, and now his ears as well, signs of the neurological trauma inflicted by the harvestmen's mental assault. Their SUV waited where they'd left it, a promise of escape if they could just reach it in time. Grace fumbled with the keys, her hands shaking violently as she unlocked the vehicle and helped Sam into the passenger seat. As she rounded the hood to the driver's side, she caught movement at the forest edge. The researchers from the facility emerging from the trees, moving with the synchronized precision of a single organism rather than individual humans. Their skin glittered in the moonlight, reflecting like polished metal, and their eyes were solid black voids that contained no trace of humanity. But more terrifying was what followed them, a shifting piece of the lattice structure, extended from the main entity like a probing limb, folding through space in ways that defied conventional geometry. Where it touched trees or undergrowth, the organic material seemed to crystallize, becoming something between matter and information, neither fully physical nor digital. Grace threw herself into the driver's seat, started the engine, and accelerated away, tires spitting gravel. In the rearview mirror, she saw the possessed researchers stop at the edge of the road, making no attempt to pursue. The lattice structure, however, continued to extend, reaching after them with impossible speed. "It's still coming," Sam said weakly, looking back through the rear window. "Faster than we can drive." Grace pushed the SUV harder, taking curves too quickly, the vehicle fishtailing on the unpaved road. But Sam was right. The lattice structure was gaining on them, moving not through physical space, but by folding through dimensions, taking shortcuts through reality itself. Just as it seemed about to overtake them, Sam pulled something from his pocket, a small black device no larger than a matchbox that Grace didn't recognize. "What is that?" she demanded, swerving to avoid a fallen branch. "Something Dad and Alex told me to build," Sam replied, his voice steadier despite his physical distress. "In the dreams, they called it a dimensional anchor." Before Grace could question him further, Sam activated the device. It emitted no sound, no visible energy, but the effect was dramatic. The lattice structure pursuing them seemed to hit an invisible barrier. Its forward progress halted as if it had encountered a wall. It writhed against this unseen obstacle, segments of its complex geometry distorting as they failed to fold through dimensions that had suddenly become inaccessible. "It creates a localized stabilization field," Sam explained, watching the entity's frustration through the rear window. "Forces everything to obey normal three-dimensional physics within its range. They can't take shortcuts through higher dimensions." "They?" Grace asked, not slowing the vehicle despite the apparent reprieve. "You mean the Harvestmen?" Sam shook his head, wincing at the movement. "The Harvestman is just its physical manifestation. It's actually a collective consciousness, an entire civilization from a higher dimensional plane. They call themselves the Architects." "How do you know this?" Grace asked, though she already suspected the answer. "Dad and Alex told me. They've encountered them before, on the other side. The Architects have been trying to reach our dimension for centuries. The Collector was actually their creation, a tool they built to prepare our reality for their arrival." Grace absorbed this revelation as they reached the paved highway and turned toward the nearest town. The Collector had been horrifying enough, an entity that harvested human consciousness for its own purposes. But to learn it had merely been an advanced scout for something far more powerful, a civilization of higher dimensional beings with unknown intentions toward humanity. "What do they want?" she asked, glancing at the dimensional anchor still active in Sam's hand, its surface now covered with a fine frost as it apparently consumed enormous energy to maintain the stabilization field. "Resources," Sam said simply. "Our dimension has something they need. Something related to the structure of space-time itself. Dad called it phase potential. They harvest it from conscious beings, from the way our observation collapses quantum possibilities into fixed reality." "They eat consciousness," Grace summarized, the horror of this understanding settling coldly in her chest. "Not exactly. They refine it, extract the phase potential and discard the rest. The Collector preserved the full consciousness because it didn't have the capability to separate the components. The Harvestman does." As they drove toward the nearest town, a small place called Hillman, according to the road signs, Grace tried to process what they'd learned. The war they'd been fighting hadn't ended with the quantum wave incident. It had merely changed, evolved into something potentially far worse. "The anchor won't last much longer," Sam said, looking at the device as frost gave way to a thin layer of ice covering its surface. "And they know where we are now. They can track us." "How?" Grace asked, checking the mirrors nervously, though she saw no immediate pursuit. "The mental contact established a connection. It goes both ways. I saw into them just as they saw into me." He touched his temple gingerly. "We need to warn the network, get everyone to implement the defensive measures from Dad's contingency plans." Grace nodded grimly. "First, we need to get you medical attention. Then we contact everyone." But even as she formulated this plan, she knew their situation had fundamentally changed. The Architects, through their manifestation as the Harvestmen, represented a threat beyond anything they'd faced before. The Collector had been dangerous but limited, constrained to electronic communication channels, dependent on technological gateways between dimensions. This new entity seemed capable of manipulating reality itself, of rewriting the rules that governed existence. And worst of all, it had established a direct mental connection to Sam, a connection that apparently couldn't be severed by physical distance alone. As they approached the lights of Hillman, the dimensional anchor in Sam's hand finally failed, its components shattering with a sound like breaking glass, as the stress of maintaining three-dimensional physics in the face of higher dimensional forces proved too great. "How long?" Grace asked, knowing Sam would understand the question. "Hours, maybe," he replied, brushing ice crystals from his palm where they'd formed around the now-destroyed device. Less if they devote more resources to finding us. Grace checked the time. Just past 8:30 p.m. We have until morning to implement whatever countermeasures we can. Where do we start? Sam closed his eyes, concentrating despite the pain still evident in his expression. There's a design in my head. Dad put it there through the dreams. A larger version of the anchor, but with a broadcasting capability. It won't stop them completely, but it will slow their ability to manipulate our dimension. Can you reproduce it? He nodded cautiously. I need components, specialized electronics. Then we need to set up a network of these devices around their facility, create a containment field. It was a desperate plan, formulated with incomplete information and dependent on technology they didn't fully understand. But it was all they had. First, the hospital, Grace insisted, turning toward signs for the local medical center. Then we find what you need. As they pulled into the hospital parking lot, Grace couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched, not by physical eyes or electronic surveillance, but by something that existed beyond normal perception, something that could see through dimensions humans couldn't comprehend. The architects had found a way into our world, and now they knew who stood against them. The war had entered a new phase, with humanity largely unaware it was even being fought. As she helped her injured son toward the emergency room entrance, Grace Burnett accepted her role as a general in this invisible conflict. The Witness Network would need to become something more, not just observers and documentarians of interdimensional incursions, but active defenders against an enemy that saw humans as nothing more than resources to be harvested. And somewhere beyond the veil between worlds, she hoped Frank and Alex were watching, guiding, perhaps even fighting in their own way from the other side, because this was no longer a battle that could be won in a single dimension. This was a war that would be fought across the entire structure of reality itself. Echoes in the network. Grace Burnett had never believed in ghosts. Not the traditional kind, anyway. As a software engineer and the widow of a man who had dedicated his life to studying interdimensional entities, she understood that what most people called supernatural phenomena were often just manifestations of forces that science hadn't yet categorized. But in the 3 years since Alex Connolly's sacrifice at the quantum wave facility, she had begun to question her certainty. The dreams had started 6 months after the incident, vivid, sequential dreams where Alex and Frank spoke to her from what seemed to be the other side of a translucent barrier. They weren't the fragmented, symbolic dreams of normal sleep cycles. These were structured, coherent conversations that continued night after night, building on previous information. They're not dreams, Sam insisted over breakfast, now 16 and showing the same intensity that had characterized his father. They're communications. Grace sipped her coffee, regarding her son with a mixture of pride and concern. Sam had grown up too fast, forced into maturity by circumstances no child should have to face. He had his father's analytical mind and Alex's stubborn determination, a combination that made him both brilliant and sometimes reckless. Even if they are, she said carefully, we need to be cautious about how we interpret them. The collector used our memories against us before. Sam shook his head, pushing aside his half-eaten toast. It's different. The collector mimicked voices and appearances, but it couldn't recreate them. I don't know the essence of a person. These dreams feel real. Dad and Alex are trying to warn us about something. Grace couldn't argue with that. The dreams had taken on an increasingly urgent tone in recent weeks. Warnings about tears in the membrane, references to cross-dimensional bleeding, and repeated mentions of something called the Harvestman. The network detected another anomaly last night, Sam continued, pulling up data on his tablet. Same pattern as the others, but stronger. It's the 7th one this month. The Witness Network had evolved significantly since its inception. What had begun as a loose coalition of survivors and believers had grown into a sophisticated monitoring system tracking unusual electronic phenomena across the globe. After the quantum wave incident, Grace had redirected her considerable technical skills toward creating an automated detection grid that could identify potential manifestations of collector fragments or similar interdimensional incursions. For nearly 2 years, The network had been quiet, registering only occasional blips that investigation revealed to be false positives or negligible fragments that dispersed when confronted with even minor disruption fields. But in the past few months, something had changed. New patterns had emerged, not the familiar static signature of the collector, but something related, something that used similar frequencies, but manifested differently. Location, Grace asked, professional mode engaging as she set aside her coffee. That's the interesting part, Sam said, turning the tablet to show her a map. All 7 anomalies have occurred within a 2-mile radius of this point in northern Michigan, middle of nowhere, as far as I can tell. Closest town is a place called Everett's Crossing, population 712. Grace studied the map, noting the isolation of the area, dense forest surrounding a small lake, with only a few access roads. Any unusual communications infrastructure in the area? Radio towers? Satellite stations? Sam shook his head. Nothing official, but I found something weird when I dug deeper. He swiped to a new screen showing property records. This entire area is owned by a company called Meridian Technologies. They bought it 3 years ago, right after the quantum wave incident. Meridian, Grace repeated, the name triggering something in her memory. Check Alex's files. I think Meridian was on his list of companies potentially connected to quantum wave. While Sam searched the encrypted database of research Alex had compiled, Grace pulled up the detection system's raw data for the latest anomaly. The pattern was indeed similar to the collector's signature, but with key differences, where the collector's manifestations had created disruptions across multiple frequencies simultaneously. This new pattern seemed to focus on narrow bands, pulsing in what almost appeared to be a deliberate sequence. Founded, Sam announced. Meridian Technologies was a subsidiary of Quantum Wave, specializing in alternative communications research. After the Seattle incident, they restructured as an independent entity. He looked up with concerned eyes. Grace, their CEO, is Dr. Marcus Chun, Eliza Chen's brother. The implications settled heavily between them. Quantum Wave had been effectively destroyed in the aftermath of the incident. The headquarters reduced to rubble, their research confiscated by government agencies who didn't understand what they'd found, their executives facing criminal charges for the industrial accident that had claimed dozens of lives, including Alex's. But if a subsidiary had survived, had restructured under related leadership, pack your gear, Grace said decisively. We need to see what's happening in Michigan. 18 hours later, they were driving a rented SUV along a narrow forest road in Oscoda County, Michigan. The October landscape was ablaze with autumn colors, red maples, golden aspens, and evergreens providing contrast against a steel-gray sky that threatened snow. Under different circumstances, it would have been beautiful. Signals getting stronger, Sam said from the passenger seat, monitoring a modified tablet that served as a portable version of their detection system. Whatever's generating the anomaly is just ahead. Grace slowed the vehicle as they approached a gate blocking the road, heavy-duty steel with prominently displayed private property and in no trespassing signs. Beyond the gate, the road continued into the forest, disappearing around a bend. End of the line for driving, she observed, pulling onto the shoulder and killing the engine. We'll have to continue on foot. They had prepared for this possibility. From the back of the SUV, they retrieved backpacks containing surveillance equipment, disruption devices, and emergency supplies. The portable disruption units weren't nearly as powerful as the one Alex had used at Quantum Wave, but they were significantly more advanced than their early prototypes, capable of targeting specific frequency patterns without affecting standard electronics. Grace checked her watch for 17 p.m. Daylight would last another 2 hours at most. We need to be efficient, yet close enough to identify what's generating the anomaly, document everything, then retreat to formulate a proper plan. No heroics, Sam agreed solemnly. It was the promise they always made to each other before potentially dangerous operations, a recognition of how much they'd already lost. They circled around the gate, moving through the forest parallel to the road. The detection equipment led them northeast, eventually away from the road entirely and deeper into the woods. After half an hour of careful hiking, Sam held up his hand, signaling Grace to stop. "We're close," he whispered, eyes on the tablet's display. "Less than a quarter mile ahead." Grace nodded, and they proceeded with increased caution, moving from tree to tree and stopping frequently to listen. The forest had grown unnaturally quiet. No bird calls, no rustling of small animals in the underbrush, just the soft sigh of wind through branches and the occasional crunch of dead leaves beneath their boots. They crested a small rise, and Grace instinctively dropped to a crouch, pulling Sam down beside her. Below them, in a natural clearing surrounded by dense forest, stood a structure that had no business being in such an isolated location. A sleek, modern building of glass and steel rose from the forest floor, its architecture reminiscent of Quantum Wave's Seattle facility, but on a smaller scale. Solar panels covered the roof, and satellite dishes of various sizes were positioned at strategic points around the perimeter. Most striking was the central feature, a tower approximately 50 feet tall, supporting what appeared to be a complex antenna array, unlike any conventional communications equipment Grace had ever seen. "That's not a normal antenna," Sam murmured, raising binoculars for a closer look. "The configuration is all wrong. It's not designed to broadcast or receive in our dimension." Grace didn't question how her 16-year-old son could recognize interdimensional technology at a glance. Sam had been studying Frank's research since he could read, had absorbed Alex's field notes and technical journals, and had his own innate understanding of the physics involved. If he said the antenna was designed for cross-dimensional communication, she believed him. "Security?" she asked, scanning the perimeter. "Cameras on all corners, motion sensors along the fence line," Sam reported. "2 guards visible at the main entrance. Probably more inside." Grace considered their options. Their detection equipment had confirmed this facility was the source of the anomalies, but they needed more information before they could determine what kind of threat it posed and how to neutralize it. "Let's circle the perimeter," she decided. "Stay in the tree lane, document everything. We need to identify power sources, security blind spots, and potential entry points." They spent the next hour carefully circumnavigating the facility, staying just within the cover of the forest. Grace noted that despite the sophisticated security around the building itself, the perimeter lacked the multiple redundant systems she would have expected. It was almost as if they were more concerned about something getting out than someone getting in. As twilight deepened into dusk, lights activated around the facility, illuminating the clearing but creating deeper shadows at the forest edge. The antenna array at the top of the central tower began to glow with a soft blue light, pulsing in a pattern that matched the anomalies their system had detected. "It's powering up," Sam whispered, his eyes fixed on the tower. "Whatever they're doing, it's happening now." The pulsing quickened, the blue glow intensifying until it cast eerie shadows through the trees. Then, without warning, a beam of light shot upward from the antenna into the darkening sky. Not a searchlight or conventional beam, but a column of what appeared to be pure energy, rippling with patterns similar to the static fields they'd encountered in the Collector's manifestations. "They're opening a portal," Grace realized, horror washing through her. "They're trying to create a new nexus." The beam expanded, forming a disc-like shape approximately 50 feet above the tower. Within this disc, the night sky seemed to distort, stars visible through it shifting and blurring as if seen through running water. The disc began to rotate slowly, generating what appeared to be a vortex in the very fabric of reality. Then, from the center of this vortex, something began to emerge. At first, it was just a distortion, a darker shape within the swirling energy. But as it descended toward the tower, it resolved into a form that caused Grace's breath to catch in her throat. Not human, not even humanoid in the way the Collector's manifestations had been. This was something else entirely, a lattice-like structure of interconnected lines that seemed to exist in more dimensions than the human eye could process, constantly folding and unfolding in impossible ways. "The Harvestman," Sam breathed, recognition and fear mingling in his voice, just like in the dreams. The entity continued its descent, the lattice structure expanding as it neared the tower. Where the Collector had mimicked human form, this entity seemed unconcerned with such pretense. Its geometry suggested a spider-like quality, hence the name, Grace supposed. But no spider had ever possessed such complex, ever-shifting architecture. As it reached the top of the tower, the entity paused, hovering just above the antenna array. The blue energy beam connected with its central mass, creating a sustained connection between the facility and the portal above. Through her binoculars, Grace could see people emerging from the building, gathering around the base of the tower and looking upward at their creation, or their summoning. "We need to disrupt that connection," Grace said, reaching for her backpack where the portable disruption devices were stored. "If that thing fully manifests in our dimension." She didn't need to finish the thought. They had both seen enough to understand the implications. Whatever the Harvestman was, its presence in our reality couldn't lead to anything good. But before Grace could deploy the disruption device, Sam grabbed her arm, pointing urgently at the gathered researchers below. "Look at their faces." Grace adjusted her binoculars, focusing on the upturned faces of the Meridian Technology staff. What she saw sent ice through her veins. Their expressions weren't excited or triumphant, as one might expect from scientists achieving a breakthrough. They were frozen in horror, mouths open in silent screams, eyes wide with terror. And as she watched, thin filaments of light, similar to the blue energy beam but darker, almost violet, extended from the Harvestman's lattice structure, connecting to the foreheads of each researcher. "It's not their project," Sam said, his voice shaking. "They're not controlling it. It's controlling them." The researchers began to convulse as the violet filaments pulsed with increasing intensity. Their bodies jerked and twisted in unnatural ways, and even from this distance, Grace could see a change overtaking them, their skin taking on a reflective quality, their movements becoming synchronized like puppets controlled by the same hand. "We have to stop it now," Grace said, pulling the primary disruption device from her pack. It was their most powerful portable unit, designed to emit a targeted disruption field that could sever interdimensional connections without harming human physiology. But as she prepared to activate it, a strange sensation washed over her, a pressure in her mind, as if something were pressing against her thoughts from the outside. Beside her, Sam gasped, his hands flying to his temples. "It knows we're here," he said through gritted teeth. "Ite consensos." The lattice structure of the Harvestman shifted, a portion of it orienting toward their position in the forest. Grace felt the mental pressure intensify, becoming painful, not just discomfort, but an invasive probe attempting to penetrate her consciousness. She activated the disruption device without further hesitation. The unit emitted a high-pitched whine as it powered up, then released a pulse of invisible energy targeted at the specific frequency pattern they detected in the anomalies. The effect was immediate, but not what they'd hoped for. The connection between the Harvestmen and the researchers wavered momentarily, the violet filaments flickering. But instead of severing the connection entirely, the disruption seemed to agitate the entity. The lattice structure contorted in ways that hurt to look at, folding through dimensions that shouldn't have been visible to human eyes. And then it focused its full attention on them. The mental pressure became excruciating, 1,000 needles driving into Grace's brain simultaneously. She heard Sam cry out beside her, and through watering eyes, she saw him fall to his knees, blood trickling from his nose. The disruption device in her hands grew hot, its systems overloading as it tried to counter a force far beyond its design parameters. "Run," Grace managed, pulling Sam to his feet. Back to the car. Now, they stumbled through the darkening forest, the mental assault making it difficult to focus, to maintain balance, to remember which direction led to safety. Behind them, Grace heard movement, not just people pursuing them, but something else, something that made the very air seem to warp and distort as it passed. The disruption device was failing, its case now too hot to hold comfortably. As a last desperate measure, Grace adjusted its settings to maximum output with no targeting constraints, a modification that would burn out the device completely, but might buy them enough time to escape. She dropped the overloading device in their wake and pulled Sam onward, ignoring the pain that threatened to split her skull. Seconds later, the forest behind them lit up with a brilliant flash as the device released all its energy at once. The mental pressure vanished abruptly, and Grace heard an unearthly sound, Not quite a screech, not quite a mechanical failure, but something between the two, suggesting pain in a being that shouldn't have been capable of such sensation. They ran without looking back, following the route they'd mapped earlier, desperate to reach the road and their vehicle beyond. The forest that had been unnaturally quiet before was now alive with sound, branches breaking, undergrowth crushing, and a strange rhythmic clicking that seemed to come from all directions at once. When they finally reached the road, Grace was supporting Sam, whose strength was failing as blood continued to leak from his nose, and now his ears as well, signs of the neurological trauma inflicted by the harvestman's mental assault. Their SUV waited where they'd left it, a promise of escape if they could just reach it in time. Grace fumbled with the keys, her hands shaking violently as she unlocked the vehicle and helped Sam into the passenger seat. As she rounded the hood to the driver's side, she caught movement at the forest edge, the researchers from the facility emerging from the trees, moving with the synchronized precision of a single organism rather than individual humans. Their skin glittered in the moonlight, reflecting like polished metal, and their eyes were solid black voids that contained no trace of humanity. But more terrifying was what followed them, a shifting piece of the lattice structure, extended from the main entity like a probing limb, folding through space in ways that defied conventional geometry. Where it touched trees or undergrowth, the organic material seemed to crystallize, becoming something between matter and information, neither fully physical nor digital. Grace threw herself into the driver's seat, started the engine, and accelerated away, tires spitting gravel. In the rearview mirror, she saw the possessed researchers stop at the edge of the road, making no attempt to pursue. The lattice structure, however, continued to extend, reaching after them with impossible speed. "It's still coming," Sam said weakly, looking back through the rear window. "Faster than we can drive." Grace pushed the SUV harder, taking curves too quickly, the vehicle fishtailing on the unpaved road. But Sam was right. The lattice structure was gaining on them, moving not through physical space, but by folding through dimensions, taking shortcuts through reality itself. Just as it seemed about to overtake them, Sam pulled something from his pocket, a small black device no larger than a matchbox that Grace didn't recognize. "What is that?" she demanded, swerving to avoid a fallen branch. "Something Dad and Alex told me to build," Sam replied, his voice steadier despite his physical distress. "In the dreams, they called it a dimensional anchor." Before Grace could question him further, Sam activated the device. It emitted no sound, no visible energy, but the effect was dramatic. The lattice structure pursuing them seemed to hit an invisible barrier. Its forward progress halted as if it had encountered a wall. It writhed against this unseen obstacle, segments of its complex geometry distorting as they failed to fold through dimensions that had suddenly become inaccessible. "It creates a localized stabilization field," Sam explained, watching the entity's frustration through the rear window. "Forces everything to obey normal three-dimensional physics within its range. They can't take shortcuts through higher dimensions." "They?" Grace asked, not slowing the vehicle despite the apparent reprieve. "You mean the harvestman?" Sam shook his head, wincing at the movement. The harvestman is just its physical manifestation. It's actually a collective consciousness, an entire civilization from a higher dimensional plane. They call themselves the architects. "How do you know this?" Grace asked, though she already suspected the answer. "Dad and Alex told me. They've encountered them before, on the other side. The architects have been trying to reach our dimension for centuries. The collector was actually their creation, a tool they built to prepare our reality for their arrival." Grace absorbed this revelation as they reached the paved highway and turned toward the nearest town. The collector had been horrifying enough, an entity that harvested human consciousness for its own purposes. But to learn it had merely been an advanced scout for something far more powerful, a civilization of higher dimensional beings with unknown intentions toward humanity. "What do they want?" she asked, glancing at the dimensional anchor still active in Sam's hand, its surface now covered with a fine frost as it apparently consumed enormous energy to maintain the stabilization field. "Resources," Sam said simply. "Our dimension has something they need, something related to the structure of space-time itself." Dad called it phase potential. They harvest it from conscious beings, from the way our observation collapses quantum possibilities into fixed reality. They eat consciousness, Grace summarized, the horror of this understanding settling coldly in her chest. Not exactly. They refine it, extract the phase potential and discard the rest. The collector preserved the full consciousness because it didn't have the capability to separate the components. The harvestman does. As they drove toward the nearest town, a small place called Hillman, according to the road signs, Grace tried to process what they'd learned. The war they'd been fighting hadn't ended with the quantum wave incident. It had merely changed, evolved into something potentially far worse. The anchor won't last much longer, Sam said, looking at the device as frost gave way to a thin layer of ice covering its surface. And they know where we are now. They can track us. How? Grace asked, checking the mirrors nervously, though she saw no immediate pursuit. The mental contact established a connection. It goes both ways. I saw into them just as they saw into me. He touched his temple gingerly. We need to warn the network. Get everyone to implement the defensive measures from Dad's contingency plans. Grace nodded grimly. First, we need to get you medical attention. Then we contact everyone. But even as she formulated this plan, she knew their situation had fundamentally changed. The architects, through their manifestation as the harvestmen, represented a threat beyond anything they'd faced before. The collector had been dangerous but limited, constrained to electronic communication channels, dependent on technological gateways between dimensions. This new entity seemed capable of manipulating reality itself, of rewriting the rules that governed existence. And worst of all, it had established a direct mental connection to Sam, a connection that apparently couldn't be severed by physical distance alone. As they approached the lights of Hillman, the dimensional anchor in Sam's hand finally failed, its components shattering with a sound like breaking glass, as the stress of maintaining three-dimensional physics in the face of higher dimensional forces proved too great. How long? Grace asked, knowing Sam would understand the question. Hours, maybe, he replied, brushing ice crystals from his palm where they'd formed around the now-destroyed device. Less if they devote more resources to finding us. Grace checked the time. Just past 8:30 p.m. We have until morning to implement whatever countermeasures we can. Where do we start? Sam closed his eyes, concentrating despite the pain still evident in his expression. There's a design in my head. Dad put it there through the dreams. A larger version of the anchor, but with a broadcasting capability. It won't stop them completely, but it will slow their ability to manipulate our dimension. Can you reproduce it? He nodded cautiously. I need components, specialized electronics. Then we need to set up a network of these devices around their facility, create a containment field. It was a desperate plan, formulated with incomplete information and dependent on technology they didn't fully understand, but it was all they had. First, the hospital, Grace insisted, turning toward signs for the local medical center. Then we find what you need. As they pulled into the hospital parking lot, Grace couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched, not by physical eyes or electronic surveillance, but by something that existed beyond normal perception, something that could see through dimensions humans couldn't comprehend. The architects had found a way into our world, and now they knew who stood against them. The war had entered a new phase, with humanity largely unaware it was even being fought, as she helped her injured son toward the emergency room entrance. Grace Burnett accepted her role as a general in this invisible conflict. The Witness Network would need to become something more, not just observers and documentarians of interdimensional incursions, but active defenders against an enemy that saw humans as nothing more than resources to be harvested. And somewhere beyond the veil between worlds, she hoped Frank and Alex were watching, guiding, perhaps even fighting in their own way from the other side, because this was no longer a battle that could be won in a single dimension. This was a war that would be fought across the entire structure of reality itself. The fractal edge. The journey to northern Michigan was a blur of pain medications, strategy briefings, and the constant, subtle pressure of the architects observing through our damaged but persistent mental connection. I drifted in and out of full awareness as our convoy, 3 unmarked SUVs, carrying the core team and equipment, made its way north from the regional hospital where I'd been recovering. Grace sat beside me in the back seat, dividing her attention between her tablet, where she coordinated the global response of the Witness Network, and my fluctuating condition. Dr. Martinez had reluctantly administered a cocktail of stimulants and neurological stabilizers designed to keep me functional for the operation, but the side effects were unpredictable, moments of hyperclarity interspersed with fractured perception where reality seemed to bend and shimmer around me. Status update from Natalie's team. Grace said, breaking a long silence. The transformation zone has expanded to a 1-mile radius around the facility. They've established a perimeter at the safe edge and are waiting our arrival. I nodded, trying to focus through the pharmaceutical fog. The cauterizer sat in a reinforced case between my feet, its presence a physical weight beyond its actual mass. The culmination of knowledge passed from beyond dimensional boundaries, a weapon against entities that existed outside conventional physics. Any changes to their activity pattern? I asked. Increased energy readings across the spectrum. The Harvestman manifestation has evolved further, becoming more complex. Grace hesitated. They're accelerating, Sam. Whatever timeline we thought we had, it's shorter now. I wasn't surprised. Through the mental connection, I could sense the architect's urgency, their desperation to complete the heptagram before we could deploy the cauterizer. They knew what we were bringing. They were preparing countermeasures. How far out are we? I asked. 20 minutes to the forward base. From there, we'll need to approach on foot for the last mile to avoid detection. I closed my eyes, concentrating on the mental connection, cautiously probing without fully engaging as I'd foolishly done before. The pressure intensified immediately. They were watching me closely, analyzing every thought that approached the surface of my consciousness. But this awareness worked both ways. Through the connection, I caught glimpses of their preparations. The Harvestman extending its lattice structure in new configurations. The transformed humans who once had been researchers now positioned as sentinels around the perimeter. And most concerning, new entities beginning to manifest. Smaller versions of the Harvestman, purpose-built for defense rather than dimensional engineering. They know we're coming, I said, opening my eyes. They're deploying defenders, interdimensional antibodies designed to protect the breach. Grace's expression tightened. Can you tell how many? What capabilities? I shook my head. Not clearly, but they're different from anything we've encountered before. More focused. The Harvestman is a general-purpose tool designed for broad dimensional manipulation. These are weapons. The SUV slowed, turning onto an unmarked dirt road that led deeper into the forest. Through the windows, I could see the normal Michigan woodland, pine and birch trees, swaying gently in the autumn breeze. Nothing to suggest the twisted reality that lay just miles ahead. I need to tell you something, I said, suddenly aware that we might not have another moment of relative privacy. About what happened when I connected with them. About Dad and Alex. Grace's hand stilled on her tablet. Despite everything we'd been through, despite all she'd seen, mentions of Frank and Alex still affected her deeply. They're still them, I continued. Not just echoes or memories or projections of my subconscious. They exist somewhere. Some state of being beyond conventional life and death. And they're still fighting this war, just from a different angle. Did they say anything about me? Grace asked, her voice carefully controlled. Not in words, but I felt Dad's love for you. It's a constant, like gravity or the speed of light. A fundamental force that defines him even beyond physical existence. Grace's eyes glistened, but she blinked the moisture away, returning to her professional demeanor with visible effort. How does this affect our current operation? They can help, I said. When I deploy the cauterizer, they can strengthen its effect from their side, create a kind of dimensional pincer movement, closing the breach from both ends. Before Grace could respond, the SUV slowed further, pulling into a makeshift camp hidden among the trees. Several tactical vehicles were parked in a rough circle, and a dozen people moved purposefully around equipment stations and planning tables. The forward base of our Michigan operation. As we exited the vehicle, Natalie Chin approached. A slender woman in her early 30s with the same intense focus her sister Eliza had possessed, but directed towards stopping interdimensional entities rather than enabling them. The irony of siblings on opposite sides of this hidden war never ceased to strike me. "Welcome to the edge of madness," she said grimly, shaking Grace's hand before turning to me. "You look like hell, Sam." "Feel worse," I admitted, clutching the cauterizer's case. "Briefing status?" Natalie led us to a central table where maps and sensor readings were displayed. Team leaders gathered around as she began her update. The transformation zone now extends exactly 1.63 miles from the central facility in all directions, a perfect circle. Within this boundary, conventional physics becomes increasingly optional the closer you get to the center. She pointed to aerial photographs showing the progression of the anomaly. At the outermost edge, the effects are subtle, slight distortions in light, occasional temporal inconsistencies, where time runs slightly faster or slower than normal. She flipped to the next image, a bizarre landscape where trees curved in impossible directions, their branches appearing to occupy multiple positions simultaneously. Half a mile in, organic matter begins to crystallize into structures that reflect both our dimension's properties and theirs. The transformed structures act as conduits for energy from their dimension into ours. The final image showed the facility itself, now barely recognizable as a human construction. The building had become a crystalline spire that seemed to shift and reconfigure even in the static photograph. Above it, a distortion in the air suggested the forming breach, a thin spot between dimensions where the architects were pushing through. And the defenders? Grace asked. Natalie's expression darkened. "We've observed 8 distinct entities patrolling the transformation zone. Unlike the Harvestmen, which barely acknowledges our presence, these actively hunt anything that enters their territory." She brought up video footage captured by a drone before it malfunctioned, blurry images of things moving with impossible speed and fluidity, their forms suggesting a merger of insectoid and geometric shapes. "We lost 3 scouts yesterday," she added quietly. "They crossed the perimeter to place sensor packages. Only one made it back, and he's changed. Dr. Rosa is treating him, but there's only so much conventional medicine can do for dimensional contamination." I studied the footage, recognizing the entities from my mental glimpses. "Dimensional antibodies," I confirmed. "They're not fully sentient like the Harvestmen or the architects themselves. More like programmed immune responses designed to eliminate threats to the breach." "Can they be neutralized?" asked Marcus Way, leader of our security team. "Conventional weapons are unlikely to affect them," I replied. "They don't fully exist in our physics, but the dimensional anchors might force them into a state where they're vulnerable, at least temporarily." Natalie nodded. "We've equipped all field teams with portable anchors, but their effective radius is only about 20 feet, and the anchors themselves start to malfunction within the transformation zone. The deeper you go, the faster they fail." This was the fundamental challenge of our operation. We needed to get close enough to the central breach for the cauterizer to be effective, but the closer we got, the less reliable our defensive technology became. A dimensional catch-22. "We don't need to reach the facility itself," I said, opening the cauterizer's case to reveal the device. "Just close enough for this to establish connection with the specific frequency they're using. I can guide it through the mental link." The team leaders stared at the cauterizer, a deceptively simple-looking device about the size of a small microwave, with a directional emitter on one end and a control interface I designed to respond to my specific thought patterns. None of them fully understood how it worked. Truthfully, neither did I. The principles had come to me in dreams, the mathematics beyond current human science. "Effective range?" Natalie asked. "Theoretically, up to a quarter mile under normal conditions, but with the distorted physics in the transformation zone, we need to get as close as possible. Half a mile from the central facility should be sufficient, assuming I can maintain the mental connection clearly enough to fine-tune the frequency." Grace spread a map of our approach route on the table. "We'll move in 3 teams. Security advance team to clear a path and deploy anchors at regular intervals. Core deployment team with Sam and the cauterizer. Rear security to ensure our extraction route remains viable. She pointed to a ridgeline overlooking the facility. This is our target position, elevated, with clear line of sight to the breach, approximately half a mile from the central tower. Natalie's team has already scouted the first half of the route. We move at dusk, when our thermal signatures will be harder for them to distinguish. The briefing continued with specific assignments and emergency protocols, but I found my attention drifting as the medications fluctuated in my system. The pressure in my mind increased steadily, the architects growing more active, more attentive to my thoughts as we finalized our plans. I tried to shield the operational details from them, focusing on random memories and mundane calculations whenever I felt them probing specific areas of my consciousness. It was an exhausting mental ballet, like trying to hold a conversation while simultaneously solving complex equations and reciting poetry backward. By the time the briefing concluded, my nose was bleeding again, a thin trickle that Dr. Martinez noticed immediately, pulling me aside to check my vital signs. "Your neural activity is all over the map," she said, examining the readings on her portable medical scanner. "If we were anywhere else, I'd be ordering you straight to an MRI and a neurosurgical consult." "Good thing we're in the middle of nowhere preparing to save humanity then," I replied, accepting the tissue she offered for my nose. "Just give me whatever I need to function for the next 6 hours. After that, it won't matter anyway, one way or another." She frowned but adjusted my medication, administering a new cocktail through the 4 ports she'd insisted on keeping in my arm. "This will stabilize you temporarily, but you're incurring neurological damage that may be permanent. You understand that, right?" I nodded. The stakes were clear, the potential personal cost accepted long ago. In a war where humanity's survival hung in the balance, individual health concerns became irrelevant luxuries. As dusk approached, I sat alone at the edge of the camp, the cauterizer beside me, focusing on establishing the clearest possible mental connection without allowing the architect's deeper access to my mind. It was delicate work, like opening a door just wide enough to peek through without letting what waited on the other side rush in. Through this carefully managed connection, I sensed the architect's growing awareness of our specific plan. They were repositioning their defenders, concentrating them along the ridgeline weed selected for our deployment point. They were adapting to our strategy in real time, using my own mind as an intelligence source despite my efforts to shield our intentions. I should have told Grace immediately, warned her that we needed to change our approach, but another idea had formed, a desperate gambit based on the nature of the connection itself. If the architects could use the mental bridge to anticipate our moves, perhaps I could use it to feed them false information, not through conscious deception, which they would detect immediately, but through a more fundamental manipulation of the connection itself. I closed my eyes, focusing on the technique my father had shown me in the dreams, a method of mental partitioning that would create a decoy consciousness, a surface-level version of me that would think and plan as expected, while my true intentions remained hidden in a deeper, protected layer of awareness. It was dangerous, risking further fracturing of my already stressed psyche. But if it worked, it might give us the element of surprise we desperately needed. When Grace came to tell me it was time to move out, I was ready. The partition established, the decoy consciousness actively planning for our approach via the ridgeline, while my deeper self had formulated an alternative that I would reveal only when we were underway. We moved through the darkening forest in tight formation, security personnel at front and rear, Grace and Natalie flanking me as I carried the cauterizer, Dr. Martinez close behind monitoring my condition. Each team member wore a personal dimensional anchor, the devices emitting a soft vibration against our bodies as they forced local physics to remain stable. The transition into the transformation zone was subtle at first, a slight shimmer in the air, colors becoming more vivid, sounds acquiring an echo quality that suggested each noise existed in multiple versions simultaneously. As we pressed deeper, the effects became more pronounced. Trees began to exhibit impossible geometries, their trunks occasionally seeming to vanish when viewed from certain angles, branches extending into spaces that couldn't exist within normal three-dimensional constraints. First anchor point, called Marcus from the advanced team, They placed a larger dimensional anchor at the base of a particularly distorted pine tree, its power indicator glowing blue as it established a bubble of normalized physics around it. We would place these anchors at intervals, creating a stable corridor for our approach and eventual retreat. Through my mental connection, I could sense the defenders reacting to our presence, moving to intercept us along the path to the ridgeline. My decoy consciousness focused on concern about this expected resistance, while my deeper self prepared to implement the alternative strategy. Half a mile into the transformation zone, we encountered the first sign of active opposition. The air ahead of us seemed to fold, creating a pocket of distorted space from which emerged one of the antibody entities. Up close, its appearance was even more disturbing than in the drone footage, a constantly shifting arrangement of geometric shapes that only occasionally cohered into a recognizable form, like a three-dimensional shadow of a four-dimensional object. Our security team reacted instantly, activating concentrated dimensional anchor fields that forced the entity to temporarily stabilize in a more physical form, something approximating an insect-like creature with too many limbs and crystalline structures where organs should be. In this momentarily vulnerable state, they fired specialized weapons developed during our war with the Collector, guns that emitted focus disruption pulses rather than conventional projectiles. The entity shattered like glass struck by a hammer, its fragments dissolving into motes of light that faded quickly. But the encounter had cost us. 2 security personnel lay on the ground, their bodies partially crystallized where the entity had touched them, transformation spreading slowly across their flesh, despite the protective fields of their personal anchors. Dr. Martinez rushed to them, but I could see in her expression that there was nothing she could do. The dimensional contamination was too severe, the transformation process irreversible with our current technology. "We need to keep moving," Grace said, her voice tight with controlled emotion. They knew we were coming. Now was the moment. "Change of plans," I said, loud enough for everyone to hear. "The ridgeline is a trap. They're concentrating their defenses there because they know that's our target." Grace turned to me, suspicion flaring in her eyes. "How do you know this?" "Because I fed it to them," I admitted, through the mental connection. "I've been using a partition consciousness technique, showing them what I wanted them to see while maintaining a deeper layer they can't access." "That's insanely dangerous," Dr. Martinez interjected. "The neural stress of maintaining a divided consciousness could cause catastrophic damage to your mind." "Already done," I said, "and working. They're focused on the ridgeline, which means our actual approach route should be clearer." I pointed west, away from our planned path. "There's a depression in the terrain that direction, a kind of natural bowl that comes within a quarter-mile of the facility. Lower elevation means less ideal line of sight, but closer proximity. The trade-off favors us." Natalie consulted her topographic map, finding the feature I described. "It's viable," she confirmed, "but we haven't scouted that area. No idea what we'll encounter." "Fewer defenders," I said confidently. "That much I can sense. They've committed their resources to the ridgeline." Grace studied me for a long moment, likely trying to determine if this was truly me speaking or some manipulation by the architects. Finally, she nodded. "Change course. Western approach to the depression. Marcus, redistribute the anchor placement pattern accordingly." As we altered our route, I felt the mental pressure shift, confusion from the architects as they detected our change in direction but couldn't immediately access my deeper thoughts to understand why. The partition was holding, though maintaining it alongside my normal consciousness was becoming increasingly painful, a grinding sensation like tectonic plates shifting in my mind. The forest grew stranger as we pushed deeper into the transformation zone. Vegetation had crystallized entirely, plants becoming complex geometrical structures that chimed softly when brushed against. The ground beneath our feet occasionally phased between solid and semi-liquid states, requiring careful timing of each step. Above us, the sky had taken on a violet hue despite being full night, and stars appeared to move in patterns that didn't match normal celestial mechanics. Most disturbing were the animals we encountered, local wildlife caught in the transformation process, their bodies partially converted into crystalline structures that somehow remained alive and mobile. A deer with half its form turned to faceted geometry, internal organs visible through transparent crystal surfaces, still breathing and watching us with terrified eyes as we passed. Birds whose wings had become complex lattices of light, trapped in trees that had become mathematical expressions of themselves rather than physical objects. The depression appeared ahead of us, just as the topographic map had indicated, a natural bowl in the landscape that would bring us within effective range of the central facility without exposing us on the ridgeline. As we descended into it, I activated the cauterizer, its systems humming to life with a soft violet glow that matched the strange sky above. Defender approaching, 2 o'clock, called one of the security team, raising his disruption weapon. Another antibody entity was moving toward us, but more cautiously than the first, as if uncertain why we had deviated from the expected path. "Hold position," I said, focusing on the cauterizer's interface. "I need absolute stability for initial calibration." The security team formed a perimeter around me, dimensional anchors at maximum power to create a bubble of normalized physics. Through this stabilized space, I could see the central facility clearly for the first time. A twisted spire of crystalline architecture that seemed to exist in multiple states simultaneously, portions of it appearing and disappearing as reality flickered around it. Above the spire, the breach had grown more defined, a swirling vortex in space-time that revealed glimpses of another dimension beyond. And within that breach, partially emerged into our reality, was the Harvestman. Its lattice structure had evolved significantly since our first encounter, now resembling a vast, complex web that extended throughout the transformed zone. At its center, where the body of a spider would be, was a pulsing core of energy, the primary conduit through which the architects were channeling their presence into our dimension. I connected my consciousness directly to the cauterizer through its neural interface, feeling the device's systems merge with my perceptions. Through this technologically enhanced awareness, I could see the frequency patterns of the dimensional breach complex, shifting harmonics that maintained a connection between our reality and theirs. The mental partition I'd maintained began to falter under this additional cognitive load. I felt the architects pressing harder against my mind, sensing the true danger the cauterizer represented. The antibody entities around us responded to this urgent signal, all of them now converging on our position regardless of the trap they'd prepared on the ridgeline. Incoming from all directions, Marcus warned. Multiple hostiles approaching. "How much time do you need?" Grace asked, taking a defensive position beside me. 3 minutes to calibrate the frequency, then immediate activation," I replied, my voice strained as blood began to trickle from my nose again. The dimensional mathematics are more complex than I anticipated. They're using a fractal frequency, constantly changing yet self-similar at all scales. "You have 2 minutes," Natalie said grimly, joining the defensive perimeter. "That's all the time we can buy you." I worked frantically, guiding the cauterizer through the recursive patterns of the breach frequency. It was like solving an equation that rewrote itself with each attempted solution, a target that moved yet remained fundamentally unchanged. The perfect defense against conventional disruption technology. But the cauterizer wasn't conventional technology, and I wasn't working alone. As the defenders closed in and our security team engaged them with disruption weapons, I reached out through the mental connection, not to the architects this time, but beyond them, to the presence I'd felt during my previous deep connection, to my father, to Alex, to whatever they had become in the dimensions beyond. Now I called silently, "I need you now." The response was immediate and overwhelming, not voices or even distinct presences, but a sudden expansion of my awareness, as if parts of my consciousness that had been dormant suddenly activated. Knowledge flooded through me, not as information to be processed, but as understanding that had always been there, merely waiting to be accessed. I saw the fractal pattern of the breach frequency in its entirety, not just its manifestation in our dimension, but its extension into others, the complete mathematical expression that defined its existence across all possible realities. And with this understanding came the counterpoint, the precise anti-frequency that would cancel it out, collapse the breach, seal the pathway between dimensions. My hands moved across the cauterizer's interface with impossible speed, programming the solution that my enhanced consciousness now perceived with perfect clarity. Around me, reality itself seemed to slow as my perception accelerated beyond normal human capacity. Our defenders firing disruption weapons in slow motion, the antibody entities advancing with glacial deliberation, Grace shouting a warning that stretched into an extended low note. Within this expanded moment, I completed the calibration and activated the cauterizer's primary emitter, a beam of concentrated energy, visible not as light but as a distortion in reality itself, shot toward the central facility and the breach above it. Where this beam touched the transformed landscape, matter briefly returned to its original state before breaking down into component particles, the forced dimensional recalibration too extreme for altered structures to survive. The beam reached the breach, and for a moment, nothing seemed to happen. Then, like a balloon suddenly encountering a pin, the swirling vortex contracted violently. The harvestman's lattice structure convulsed, its patterns disrupted by the counter-frequency. The pulsing core at its center flared blindingly bright, energy discharging in all directions as the carefully maintained dimensional pathway began to collapse. The backlash was immediate and devastating. A shockwave of dimensional energy erupted from the breach, expanding outward at impossible speed. Where it passed, reality flickered between states, normal physics reasserting itself momentarily before being overwhelmed by chaotic fluctuations as fundamental forces briefly unraveled. Anchors to maximum. Grace shouted, recognizing the danger an instant before it reached us. Our dimensional anchors flared blue, creating an overlapping field of stabilized space just as the shockwave hit. The world outside our protected bubble transformed into a kaleidoscopic nightmare. Trees becoming liquid, becoming light, becoming mathematical expressions, becoming matter again, all in the span of seconds. The antibody entities caught in this flux shattered into countless fragments that themselves broke down into particles that winked out of existence. Within our anchor field, we huddled together as reality itself convulsed around us. The cauterizer continued to emit its counter-frequency beam, forcing the breach closed against the desperate resistance of the architects. Through my mental connection, I felt their panic, their fury, their disbelief that their carefully engineered pathway was failing. Then came the final surge, a concentrated attack not against the cauterizer itself, but against me. The architects, recognizing me as the crucial component in the device's operation, directed all their remaining energy through our mental connection. The partition I'd maintained shattered instantly, my entire consciousness exposed to their assault. Pain beyond description flooded every neuron as they attempted to seize control, to force me to deactivate the cauterizer. I felt myself fracturing, my identity breaking into fragments that began to drift apart like islands separating in a turbulent sea. In this moment of dissolution, I experienced something unexpected, a memory that wasn't mine, a perspective from beyond the breach, viewing our reality as a distant shore from a sinking ship. I saw the architects' dying dimension, their civilization facing extinction, as their universe's fundamental constants degraded beyond the possibility of supporting conscious existence. I felt their desperate need for survival, their genuine belief that sacrificing one dimension to save another was the only moral choice when the mathematics of lives was calculated at cosmic scale. And beneath this alien perspective, I glimpsed something else, a deeper pattern in the relationship between dimensions, suggesting that our realities weren't merely parallel, but interconnected in ways neither humans nor architects fully understood. That the death of their dimension might have consequences for ours beyond the simple relief of stopping an invasion. That there might have been another solution, a cooperation rather than competition, if either side had possessed the perspective to see it. But it was too late for such insights. The breach was collapsing, the pathway between dimensions sealing itself as the cauterizer's counter-frequency reached its peak intensity. The mental connection through which the architects had attacked me became their vulnerability, a channel through which the counter-frequency traveled back into their dimension, disrupting their carefully constructed gateway from both sides simultaneously. With a silent concussion that we felt rather than heard, the breach closed completely. The The swirling vortex contracted to a point and vanished. The central facility, now just a twisted wreckage of partially crystallized architecture, collapsed in on itself, sinking into a depression that formed as altered matter returned to its natural state. Around us, the transformation zone began to revert, crystalline structures dissolving back into organic matter, impossible geometries simplifying into normal three-dimensional forms. The violet sky gradually returned to natural darkness, stars resuming their proper positions and movements. Our anchor field flickered and died as the devices reached their operational limits. But by then, the dimensional chaos had largely subsided. We stood in a strange aftermath, a forest partially destroyed, partially returned to normal, with patches of crystallized matter that might remain permanently altered. Eternal monuments to a war that most of humanity would never know had been fought. The cauterizer in my hands grew cold, its power supplies fully drained by the monumental task of sealing a breach between dimensions. Its neural interface disconnected from my consciousness, leaving me suddenly, terribly alone in my own mind for the first time, since the harvestman had established a connection. Blood flowed freely from my nose, ears, and the corners of my eyes as the neurological damage from both the mental assault and my enhanced perception took its toll. My vision dimmed, legs buckling as the artificial strength provided by Dr. Martinez's medications failed against the tide of mounting biological consequences. As I collapsed, Grace caught me, lowering me gently to the forest floor. I tried to speak, to tell her what I'd glimpsed about the true relationship between dimensions, about the possibility that we had missed an opportunity for something beyond mere survival. But my body no longer responded to my commands, darkness closing in from all sides. The last thing I heard before consciousness fled was her voice, steady despite everything we just witnessed. "It worked, Sam. The Michigan node is neutralized. The network is confirming disruption effects at all 7 locations. The heptagram is broken. We had won. Humanity would survive," unaware of how close it had come to being harvested for the sake of another civilization's desperate bid for survival. As I slipped into darkness, I wondered if that was truly a victory worth the cost. And somewhere, in dimensions beyond easy understanding, I sensed my father and Alex wondering the same thing. Echoes of consciousness. I died. At least, that's what the medical records claim. For 6 minutes and 37 seconds after the Michigan incident, Sam Burnett ceased to exist as a biological entity. No heartbeat, no brain activity, nothing that modern medicine could identify as life. What those 6 minutes and 37 seconds contained for me, however, would take lifetimes to fully describe. The darkness that closed around me as I collapsed in the transformed forest wasn't the simple absence of consciousness. It was a transition, a passage from one state of being to another. I moved through layers of reality like a diver descending through ocean depths, each layer stranger and more profound than the last. I saw the full structure of the multiverse, not just parallel dimensions existing alongside one another, but a vast, interconnected ecosystem of realities, each dimension feeding into and drawing from others in a cosmic dance of energy and information. Our conflict with the architects was an invasion but a disruption of this natural flow, a desperate attempt by a dying dimension to redirect resources that should have been shared through more subtle gradual exchanges. And I saw them, my father and Alex, existing in a state beyond conventional life, yet not truly dead. They had become something new. Interdimensional navigators, consciousness freed from physical constraints, able to move between realities and influence events in ways that defied explanation in human terms. They were the ones who pulled me back. As my body shut down under the neurological strain of the Michigan incident, they reached across the dimensional boundaries and anchored my consciousness, preventing it from dissipating into the void. For 6 minutes and 37 seconds, I existed as they did, pure awareness without physical form, perceiving reality directly rather than through the limited senses of a human body. Then, reluctantly, they guided me back. The return was painful, consciousness squeezing back into biological constraints, infinite perception narrowing to the limited bandwidth of human neurology. I didn't want to go. In those moments of expanded awareness, I had understood everything. the true nature of the conflict we'd been fighting, the broader cosmic context of our existence, the purpose behind what had seemed like random suffering. But they insisted. The work wasn't finished. Humanity still needed protection, and there were things I had learned that needed to be shared, preparations that needed to be made for challenges still to come. "It's a miracle," Dr. Martinez said when my heart suddenly restarted, when brain activity exploded back into existence after more than 6 minutes of flatline. The medical team working on me in a field hospital near the former transformation zone couldn't explain my revival, especially given the extensive neurological damage I'd sustained. By all medical logic, I should have remained dead, or at best, returned as a vegetative shell. Instead, I woke fully conscious 3 days later, my mind intact despite everything I had endured. Grace was there when I opened my eyes, her expression a complex mixture of joy, disbelief, and subtle fear at what my resurrection might signify. "Welcome back," she said simply, taking my hand. "Did it work?" My voice was a rasp, throat dry from days of disuse. She nodded. "The Michigan nexus is completely neutralized. The other 6 sites experienced simultaneous disruptions when we collapsed the master node. The heptagram is broken. The invasion halted." A pause. "For now." That qualification, "for now," reflected Grace's pragmatic understanding of our ongoing war. We hadn't destroyed the architects or permanently sealed all pathways between dimensions. We had won a battle, perhaps even a campaign, but the larger conflict continued. "I saw them," I said. "Dad and Alex. They're still existing, still helping us." Grace's hand tightened on mine. "I know. Somehow I've always known." Recovery was slow and strange. My brain had been fundamentally altered by my experiences. Neural pathways reconfigured, new connections formed, entire regions activated that typically lie dormant in human consciousness. Dr. Martinez and her team documented changes they couldn't explain, capabilities that defied conventional neuroscience. I could perceive electromagnetic fields directly, seeing the invisible auras around electronic devices. I could process mathematical concepts that had previously been beyond human comprehension, solving equations that described relationships between dimensions as easily as a normal person might add single-digit numbers. Most significantly, I retained a partial awareness of other dimensions, not direct perception as I had experienced during those 6 minutes of clinical death, but a sensitivity to thin spots in the dimensional barriers, places where the boundaries between realities had been weakened. The Witness Network evolved under our continued leadership. What had begun as a loose coalition of survivors and believers transformed into something more structured, more purposeful. Grace handled the organizational aspects, coordination between global teams, resource allocation, and strategic planning. I focused on technology development and dimensional monitoring, creating new tools based on the insights I'd gained during my brief journey beyond conventional existence. The world continued largely unaware of how close it had come to being harvested, of the sacrifices made to ensure humanity's continued survival. Occasionally, anomalies would make the news, unexplained phenomena at the former transformation sites, where reality remained slightly altered despite our best efforts at containment. Scientists studied these anomalies without understanding their true origin, developing theories that approximated the truth without ever quite reaching it. 3 years after Michigan, I stood on the edge of what had once been the transformation zone, now a nationally protected research area, surrounded by security fencing and monitoring stations disguised as environmental research outposts. The forest had largely recovered, though patches of crystallized vegetation remained, trees frozen in impossible geometries, flowers that emitted soft light after dark, streams that occasionally flowed uphill for brief periods before returning to normal behavior. I came here monthly to conduct surveys, measuring subtle changes in dimensional stability, ensuring that the sealed breach remained closed. But this visit had another purpose. The dreams had returned, not nightmares of the harvestmen or the architects, but communications from my father and Alex, warning of new developments. As the sun set behind the trees, casting long shadows across the recovered landscape, I activated a device of my own design, a dimensional resonance scanner that could detect fluctuations too subtle for even my enhanced perception. The readings confirmed what the dreams had suggested. Something was changing in the multiverse. The natural flow of energy between dimensions, disrupted by our conflict with the architects, was seeking new equilibrium. The sealed pathways were redirecting pressure to other potential breach points around the globe. Nature, even interdimensional nature, abhors a vacuum. My phone vibrated in my pocket. Grace calling from network headquarters in what had once been our family home in Millfield. "You're seeing it too?" I asked without preamble. "Global readings confirm it," she replied, her voice tense but controlled. Dimensional pressure building at 17 locations worldwide. Different pattern from the architect's heptagram, but potentially just as dangerous. "Not the architects this time," I said, studying the scanner's display. "Something else. Something older." The dreams had been unclear about the exact nature of what might be seeking entry to our dimension. Not an invasion force like the architects, not a harvesting tool like the collector, but something more fundamental, a dimensional correction mechanism, a natural response to the imbalance we had created by sealing the pathways too abruptly. "The network is mobilizing," Grace continued. "Preliminary containment measures at all 17 locations. But Sam," she hesitated, "the mathematics don't work for another sealing operation. The dimensional stress is too distributed. If we close one breach point, the pressure will simply increase at the others." "I know," I said quietly. "We need a different approach this time. Not opposition, but redirection. Not a wall, but channel." This was the insight that had come to me during those 6 minutes and 37 seconds beyond life. The understanding that dimensions weren't meant to be entirely separate. They were meant to exchange energy and information in controlled, sustainable ways. By completely sealing the pathways the architects had created, we had interrupted this natural flow, creating a dangerous buildup of interdimensional pressure that now sought release. "The Conduit Protocol," Grace said, naming the project we had been developing in secret for the past year. "Are we ready to implement it?" I took a deep breath, watching as the scanner detected the first microscopic fractures in dimensional stability. Tiny ruptures appearing and healing themselves as pressure built and temporarily released, like steam escaping from a kettle moments before full boil. "We don't have a choice," I replied. "Assemble the core team. I'll be back at headquarters in 3 hours." The Conduit Protocol represented the most ambitious project the Witness Network had ever undertaken. Not a defensive measure against interdimensional intrusion, but a controlled interface between realities. A system designed to allow the necessary exchange of energy and information without permitting full manifestation of entities from other dimensions. A middle path between complete isolation and vulnerable exposure. As I packed up my equipment, preparing for the return journey, I felt a familiar presence at the edges of my consciousness. My father and Alex, watching, guiding, supporting from their unique vantage point between worlds. They had shown me this path during my brief journey beyond physical constraints, had prepared me for this next evolution in our relationship with the wider multiverse. The war against the Collector and the Architects had been necessary, a desperate defense against existential threats. But the future required something more nuanced than perpetual conflict. It required understanding, adaptation, even cautious cooperation with aspects of the multiverse that weren't inherently hostile, but simply fundamentally different from our limited human conception of reality. I looked up at the stars emerging in the twilight sky, aware now that what appeared to be points of light were actually windows into an infinity of other realities, other possibilities, other forms of existence that might hold both dangers and opportunities for humanity. "I'm ready," I whispered, though whether to myself, to the watching presences of my father and Alex, or to the multiverse itself, I couldn't say. The Witness Network had begun as exactly that, witnesses to incursions from beyond normal reality. Now, we were becoming something more, ambassadors to the multiverse, guardians of dimensional equilibrium, architects of humanity's first tentative steps into a broader cosmic community. And I, Sam Burnett, once a child victim of interdimensional abduction, now something not quite entirely human, stood at the center of this transition, forever changed by my journey through the spaces between frequencies, forever marked by my encounters with entities beyond conventional understanding. As I turned to leave the former transformation zone, a soft static filled my ears, not the menacing noise that had once signaled the collector's presence, but a gentler sound, like distant voices conversing just beyond the threshold of comprehension. The background radiation of reality itself, a whisper of countless dimensions existing alongside our own. Once, that sound had terrified me. Now, I found it strangely comforting, because I understood now that we had never been alone in the cosmos. Humanity had always existed as part of something vaster, more complex, more wonderful and terrifying than we had ever imagined. Our isolation had been an illusion, a protective bubble of ignorance that had now irrevocably burst. What came next would depend on how we navigated this new awareness, how we balanced protection against exploration, caution against curiosity. The challenges ahead would require new approaches, new technologies, new ways of understanding our place in the multiverse. But we wouldn't face those challenges alone. My father and Alex would continue guiding us from their unique position beyond conventional existence. Grace would continue leading the Witness Network with her characteristic blend of pragmatism and adaptability. And I would continue serving as a bridge between worlds, using my uniquely altered consciousness to help humanity find its path forward. The static in my ears shifted subtly, briefly resolving into what might have been words, a message from dimensions beyond, or perhaps just the wind through crystallized trees that had learned to sing in frequencies beyond normal human hearing. Either way, I listened carefully, my mind open to possibilities that once would have seemed impossible, my heart steady despite the weight of responsibility I carried. This was not an ending, but a beginning, not a conclusion, but a transformation. And somewhere in the static, in the spaces between frequencies, in the whisper of reality itself, I heard the multiverse respond. We are waiting.